Listen, Madam Speaker, order.
Nazikwaso kema ulala yalukwaso oli omukyala bamugani geria kigwe nyakugamba nakugamba kyalikwasisa geria kyatu ondisiza
Honorable Commissioner, how are you doing? I'm very fine. Yes. Our people are doing well. Great. Thank God for that. Yes.
Want to sit somewhere? Yeah, I'll have to go for lunch immediately after. What first up here in the house, then I go and have some information.
How are you? I'm very fine.
So good. You know what? I don't think
Yes, doctor.
Yes, my friend. Yes, you know what? You read the position.
Yeah.
You said they said you position to possess. Yes, my friend. I'm very fine. How are you? Actually, I find it very difficult because I have never done it. I've never.
Let me hide.
Yes, Paul.
How are you?
I'm very fine, sir. How are you?
I can no longer sit there. They're on my dress.
No, but this is acceptable.
It's acceptable.
No, but once you do this, you use the African shirt.
Yes. What is
The shirt itself is not, it's not,
Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in infinite of prudential goodness have appointed for leaders and parliaments for the welfare of state and Jacobite community, we beseech you to look upon with abundant favor your servants, whom you've been pleased to call the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessings send upon the assembled and grant and may as their presence, treat and cause all matter that shall come under deliberation, is so just and fully manner promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed their church.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. Last week, we had a number of items that were referred today, and that was on ministerial statements. I'm happy I'm seeing one minister around who is supposed to present. And over the weekend, our security agents foiled the suspect terror attack that was at Rubaga Mineral Center. That was at the Cathedral, Pastor Kayanja's church in Kampala. But then we were fortunate enough that it did not kill anybody. And we thank our security personnel for that vigilance. I want to commend the security personnel so much. And I also want to ask members and the public to avoid being in congested areas and be vigilant in wherever you are so that we don't fall victims. Honorable members, in the spirit of the East African community and Ubuntu, the national men's basket team, that is South Sudan, has qualified as Bright Stars, has qualified to go for the World Cup 2024. That is Olympics in Paris. I want to congratulate my colleague, Right Honorable Gemma Nunu, for the remarkable achievement they've got as a country. I want once more congratulate them and join me in congratulating them. Honorable members, we've not been having matters of national importance. On Thursday, we'll not have any item on the order paper. I want to ask the Prime Minister to request all her ministers to be here to respond to members' issues. We will not have any other item. From communication, we will go to matters until we finish. Let it be a members' day. So I am telling you, we want the ministers around to be able to answer issues that are being raised by members.
Right Honorable Speaker, much obliged.
Thank you. Next item. Yes, Lota. Honorable Lota.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, your members are part of the team which is concerned about national food security. Last week, Right Honorable Speaker.
Sit on the communication. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for your
Honorable Luther, you'll bring that up on Thursday.
Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for your communication to the August House this afternoon. And Right Honorable Speaker, my concern rises from your communication on the scares of the bomb blasts that are happening. And Right Honorable Speaker, what scares most is that government should give us assurance, especially in places of worship where people are crowded so much, Right Honorable Speaker, because this is what happened at the Pastor Kayanja's church. They arrested someone who was going to blast, Right Honorable Speaker. And some of us, Right Honorable Speaker, who love football, we go and watch football in public places. I would request that government gives us maybe the way we can do it in a safe way, Right Honorable Speaker, and assures the House.
You cannot be told that it is not something that is planned, but there is an alert. And we are saying you need to be vigilant. And you need to ask yourself, who is government? Your government yourself. Your government yourself. So you as a leader, you need to advise people outside there and tell people, be vigilant. This is what is happening. The word should come from you. If you become the doubting Thomas yourself, you're supposed to be the one to communicate to your locals that be vigilant. This is what is happening. And we are happy with the security, that security is on alert.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Aru.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In line with the security issues, serious happening did happen in Apa, Right Honorable Speaker, over the weekend, where 7 people were killed. It was on Friday. The attackers came from nowhere. We have got security around that place, but we were wondering where and how these attackers could pass and come and kill the people in Apa. Madam Speaker, this is not the first time. It has been happening several times, but this time it has made many of us, especially from Acholi sub-region, very, very scared.
Honorable Santa.
The president.
Honorable Santa, I want to advise you. That's a very serious issue. The Apa issue. I saw the dead bodies lying. I want you to raise that issue. We need the Minister of Defense, Security, Internal Affairs on Thursday in the House. And he should come with a response on the issues of Apa. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of security affects all of us. And by now, the Minister of Security and the Minister of Defense should have updated the country by now what is happening. We are only seeing in the press. I want to request here, Right Honorable Speaker, that you give the Minister of Security an ultimatum to report to this Parliament, to brief this Parliament on what is going on, because the issues of security is paramount. Number 2, Madam Speaker, I'm going to raise this with a heavy heart. Sometimes I also get a little bit uncomfortable. Whenever politics heats up in the country is when the government comes with the issues of the bombs being planted everywhere. I want to say this.
Honorable Jonathan Ebwalu, you want to say it is government, it is politics? Sit. Sit. Jonathan, let's not promote this kind of politics in the House. Terrorists are terrorists. There was a bomb blast at the gate here. The majority of members in this House are NRM. There was a bomb blast at the gate. Would you imagine that, would you think that government would target its own members?
Madam Speaker, I did not raise this because I'm opposition or because I'm NRM.
Just withdraw it. Withdraw that statement.
In the interest of peace in Parliament, I withdraw.
No.
Yeah.
I want it unconditional. Withdraw it.
I withdraw, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, sit.
Madam Speaker, I really want to appreciate that your communication is always head on current matters that affect the country. As a member of parliament from Busia border, security is key. Madam Speaker, I therefore have a request that the Minister of Defense and Internal Affairs should do more deployment of police officers. Because as I talk now, Busia, many routes have no officers. We have complained many times and requested with no answer.
Government.
And at the same time, I request the
Government, that's
Minister
a very serious matter. You need a deployment.
I request the Minister of Electricity, in charge of electricity, who is here, that Busia has a lot of load shedding and it is a porous border, and darkness is a cause of insecurity, which is a very big problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Bed, you have a procedural issue.
Thank you. Thank you.
There is a procedure.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
When I name you Mr. Procedure, I don't get annoyed.
No problem. Madam, the rules are very protective of the presiding officer, but also a bit restrictive. The procedure issue I am raising.
Which rule?
The one that does not allow presiding officer to debate. So the procedure, can I raise the procedure and then say the rule? The procedure issue, Madam Speaker, we have had generals, some members of this house, some former members of this house, including General late now Pecos Kutesa, who was an MP in the last parliament, the Honorable General Matayo Charigonza. They have written books explaining how they were throwing bombs in Kampala. Madam Speaker, why shouldn't an MP ask if they are not the ones doing so, because they have confessed having thrown bombs in Kampala? In their books.
Which book is that?
The one of General Pecos. That's the one of the one of Pecos Kutesa is Uganda's revolution, 1979, 1986.
Are we in 1979 now?
We are talking about the same people who were throwing bombs. They are now the ones in charge of security. So the procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether it will not be appropriate for those generals to come here either through a minister, explain to Parliament and ask them if they have abandoned that bad manner of throwing bombs, which they have done and confessed that they have done. If you allow me tomorrow, I'll bring copies of those two books, one by General Pecos Kutesa, another one by General Charigonza. In the one of General Pecos Kutesa, he said his role was to make sure that people in Kampala go to sleep at 3. And they are now the ones in charge of security.
So what is the procedure matter?
Is whether you should not allow them to make a statement, and we ask them this question that we are now asking you, because this matter came as a way of communication. We don't want to be asking the speaker, we want to be asking those people.
First of all, the members you're talking about are not members of parliament, and we cannot discuss about people who are not in this house. You're even disturbing the dead because somebody died. One of them died. Honorable
Speaker, you have to give me now.
Honorable Akik. Hey,
Thank you.
Sorry. Dr. Bailey. Dr. Bailey was on the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of terrorism is a serious issue. And what we are hearing several threats of bombs around the city. In the past, when we faced this issue, security used to come up with guidelines, especially on how people can keep safe in the public places. I want to implore you that security should come up with these guidelines so that we can help our people be safe especially in these public places in the face of this terrorist
Thank you.
issue.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Government security needs to come out with guidelines on what people would follow, especially on congested places like churches, markets, shopping malls, bus parks. Yes, Akik.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The bedrock of our country is through peace and security. It determines the development and all activities that develop a nation. So it is proper to know that the saboteurs of this country, they will target to make this country insecure such that we don't have peace and then our economy can collapse. So this is not a small matter because the rate at which these terrorists are being identified is alarming. And Right Honorable Speaker, we benefit a lot from tourism. When we had COVID, we lost a lot of income as a country. Now, when we keep talking about bombs in Kampala, not going to public places, we are now scaring away tourists, and this is going to hurt our economy, which is already being affected by the inflation and rise of fuel prices. So I think we need to be conscious about this matter and not create serious alarms such that we are able to maintain. Otherwise, when the press goes everywhere talking about how insecure Kampala is, and you can't go to public places, at the end of the day, our businesses are going to collapse and it will be our economy to be hurt. Right, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to raise this matter because it is extremely sensitive for our economy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to yours to congratulate the people of South Sudan for their basketball team. And Right Honorable Speaker, it's important for every nation to focus on a particular sport which it should be known for. Our netballers have been doing well. How I wish as a country we can focus on them so that they too can find their way to the World Championships and hopefully even win. However, Right Honorable Speaker, you have clearly mentioned that Thursday will be our day, but there are things that cannot wait. For example, the Ministry of Education issued a calendar for schools to open. Third term is supposed to open officially on the 18th of September. That is as per the school calendar issued by the Ministry of Education. However, schools have issued their own calendar. There are schools that are opening on the 9th, on the 10th, over the weekend. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what is going on in this country that even when there are clear guidelines with school terms known, the holidays are cut short? Is it as schools being motivated by money? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to ask the Minister of Education to explain what is going on. Why should schools not follow the school calendars that are issued by the Ministry of Education? I thought that could not wait since schools are opening over the weekend. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
When are you saying the students are supposed to report back?
On 10th, but officially as per the school calendar, it is 18th.
Is Thursday 10th?
No, they are opening on...
Honorable Minister, you'll respond on Thursday. You'll respond on Thursday. Come up with don't just respond what has been said. Come with a comprehensive report to that effect. Yes, Moses.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to react to your communication on security. By its very definition, security is a state of being free from danger and threat. And when we heard of the threats on the security within big gatherings in this city, I think everyone stood quite alert and felt what it is. Of course, when you know that someone is intention to cause some injury, pain onto the other, it definitely makes you think that it can lead to loss of lives. I just wanted to react by echoing that these type of security threats that are normally raised in some parts of this country, or maybe very far from Kampala. I just want to implore every Ugandan that these bomb threats are just like any other security threats. Even if they are mentioned in Kasese, in Nebi, or other parts of the country, they should be treated with such utmost attention. So mine is, whether it is a bomb threat or whatever threat, as long as it's a threat to the life of an individual, it should be treated quite seriously, the way the attention has been given to this particular one. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, when you look at our constitution, the national objectives and directive principles of the state policy, this is on national unity and stability. All organs of the state and the people of Uganda shall work towards the promotion of the national unity, peace, and stability. So it is our responsibility as all of us and the unity in the country. Yes, Maurice.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And Right Honorable, we need to appreciate your commitment and making sure Ugandans are safe. Right Honorable, in Kampala, they are lucky that communication is easy. And nearly security and the police and the army officers are just the next door. You will either be near a police officer or an army officer. Right Honorable, the areas we represent up country, because nobody knows the intentions of these people. These people could know that there is tight security in Kampala and they migrate to Bugabula. And all of a sudden, tomorrow you hear a different story. Nobody knows where they are and nobody knows their movement. So, Right Honorable, the challenge is these police officers that we have in our area, Right Honorable, they are not facilitated. I have a police post, Right Honorable, but the OC doesn't have a motorcycle. There is nothing. She's one. The next police post is around the 15 kilometers. There are no police officers. There is nothing. Right Honorable, through your office, can we have, since we have this scare, can we have really police come to the rest of these people, give motorcycles, put fuel? There is, you find somebody there, he or she doesn't know what to do next. Can we facilitate these people and see how best they can resolve? Because the following day, Right Honorable, these people could move from Lubaga and you will hear they are in Kamuli, in Bugabula South. And I will come here and begin crying. Before I cry, Right Honorable, let the officers get facilitated and see how best we can move.
He has finished. He was about to cry. Mujungu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to react on your communication on security. You are spot on, Right Honorable Speaker. Indeed, Ugandans are scared. But I want to thank security like you did for the alerts and being spot on those areas, the hot spots, I would say. Right Honorable Speaker, most of the speakers have given an impression that the scare is only in Kampala. I would like to report that even in Kasese, as I speak, the border market on Bondwe has been relocated today because it is a Tuesday and a Friday market. As we speak, security has taken precaution to relocate it because there is a bomb scare in the market. So I would like to appeal to security organs and government to widen the net. Terrorists may not only be in Kampala, but they could be in those areas that we least suspect they could be attacking. I thank you.
Members, why don't you go to the other people? Yes, yeah. Avuri, you'll contribute on the next one. All of you, you'll contribute on the next item.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when I received the order paper, I ordinarily was expecting the Defense or Internal Affairs to have asked for space from the Speaker to debrief the nation. Where I stay, that side of Kampala was literally paralyzed yesterday. And you'd expect that Defense and Internal Affairs would be sensitive to even move ahead of the Speaker and ask for space. When I didn't see it, I was like, probably the Speaker will invoke her powers to afford them space to come and make a statement on such a very serious national matter. And when I heard the Speaker taking matters in her hands when there was a no-show from Cabinet, it speaks partly to what we lost in the Honorable Semiju's cynical submission, probably. Of course, the cynicism in his submission spoke a lot to the fact that he doesn't believe security believes they owe the nation an explanation when matters of the nature happen. And right, Honorable Speaker, I think it's a very serious indictment for people managing our security to imagine that Parliament does not deserve the voice of the people, do not deserve to know what's going on and ask particular legitimate questions. It's their handling, it's whether they are gathering intelligence or just running around and probably preparing budgets, right, Honorable Speaker. So we demand that the minister in charge of security appears here and explains before Parliament really adjourns. Why should we tell our voters when we leave this place that somewhere, somehow, the Speaker raise this matter for you? We are not refused. You are the executive. We are Parliament. Are you sleeping on duty? The Speaker must remind you that you owe the nation a very clear, unequivocal explanation. Without it, the Honorable Semiju has every reason to draw from a history and the history of conduct of element within our security to make inferences, even when some of these inferences could be far-fetched. Honorable Speaker, I feel the front bench is sleeping on duty. And I want to invite your prerogative to demand of them to brief Parliament before the House and the Judge Honorable Speaker, because it's very serious. What have they come to do? Beyond securing the nation, why are you here? To tell us what? So, right, Honorable Speaker, that my friend, the Minister for Children, has come to brief us about children. That my friend of trade is here for very serious trade. Trading in what? So, right, Honorable Speaker, I believe they are cheating us and they are taking the House for granted. I thank you.
Honorable members, yes, Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure this House, Right, Honorable Speaker, that the executive is not sleeping on the job. If it was doing so, you wouldn't have known what is happening in the countryside, because it is because of the work that executive is doing and security is doing, is that you were informed of what was happening and what has been done, and that's how you came to pick that information.
Order.
Right, Honorable Speaker,
Order, Madam Speaker.
On matters concerning security,
Order, Madam Speaker.
it is supposed to be His Excellency
Order,
the President
Madam Speaker.
of the Republic of Uganda
Order, Madam Speaker.
to come to guarantee the Minister of Security to come and brief and give.
Honorable Macho, when you're smuggling in the microphone, you don't switch on the microphone and say order. And because you switched it on, I will not allow you to speak. So can we have the minister finish?
Thank you. So, Right, Honorable Speaker, like I was saying, it it is His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the fountain of honor, to guarantee the Minister of Security to come and make a statement on issues concerning security.
Honorable.
And I understand he is aware that
the Prime
Cabinet
Minister
was briefed.
You listen, wait, let the Prime Minister.
Cabinet was briefed, and I know a lot is being done around the country to come and brief this House about the security matters. And the last, Right Honorable, security issues, most of them are not supposed to be public. Like my colleagues, honorable colleagues, are talking here in the House, telling them how many security officers you have at a certain point. You are letting the people how vulnerable you are. That this, when you come here, you can make your target. So I think since there are security issues, we need to be just vigilant and don't expose our weak points. Thank you.
Honorable members, what we are hearing out there about the bombs, whatever is happening is like we are just speculating. Let's not just get up and defend what is not defendable. It is a good thing for you to come and tell this House on such and such a date, this and this happened, and this is what the plans we have as government. Don't tell us your plans, but tell us we have plans to sort out this. We don't need too much from you, but you need to guide this House, and by extension, you're guiding the nation. You're telling the nation what is outside there. We don't want to know how you handle the bombs or whichever, but tell us what is happening. It is only in this House that the world, the nation will be able to know what is happening in the country. I don't believe in that. And I don't want, we will not continue listening to Enanga alone. Because for me, I heard from Enanga. From Afande Enanga is where we heard from. Let the minister come and give this House a report and tell us how we should live. If the minister tells us that you should be able to leave Parliament by 6, we don't want you here, we will do that. We need to be guided as a country. Next item.
Item 3, statements by ministers on 3.1, the spike in the pump prices of fuel.
Honorable members, last week I highlighted the spike in the fuel prices and its attendant effects on the prices of other commodities. And when you look at what is happening now, the cost of all commodities have gone high, the cost of living, yes.
Madam Speaker, you raised the pertinent matter to the Prime Minister, but you did not give a time frame.
No, I need a report tomorrow.
Most obliged.
I need a report. I said Thursdays for members. Let's have a report tomorrow on the issues of security. So, Honorable Minister, pursuant to Rule 52, I invite you to come and give this House your report, and by extension, you're giving the report to the country on the immediate, mid-term, and long-term measures that you're putting to ensure that we have fuel prices managed.
Thank you.
Do we have a copy of your report?
I'd actually submitted officially.
Yes.
Right, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, the loans that we process in this Parliament, the President at one time said he must clear them. That's why when the committee presented the report on the loans for the infrastructure, the committee said we need a letter from the President. The Prime Minister has said just a while ago that the Minister of Defense or Security or whoever to come here and make a statement. He needs the clearance and a letter from the president. Can we now know if this minister who is about to present a statement and all the others that will follow, all have been cleared and they have letters from the president to come and speak to Parliament?
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to make a statement on the spike on petroleum product supplies in Uganda. As a background, Uganda is operating a liberalized fuel market. It means the supply and the demand determine the price of petroleum products in our country. And this is by law, our law of 2003. And it's also in our regulations of 2009, where we liberalized the supply of petroleum products. Number two, the source of our supply, 98% of the supplied petroleum products to this country come through the Kenyan Mombasa. And we actually depend on using open tender system guidelines of Kenya. This arrangement updated in 2023, if you recall. I talked about it again when we had a spike of fuel prices in this country. Number two, global factors actually impact on fuel prices. We can, as a country, play a little role in determining the fuel prices. The crude oil prices have actually gone up in the recent past. And I will give you the prices as of July and August. Also, depending oil producing and exporting countries, OPEC, which is a major supply of petroleum products, they have actually pushed down their production. The petroleum products which are put in the market, the crude oil from OPEC has actually been pushed down. It means the supply has gone down on the crude oil products. Also, I want to point out macroeconomic sentiments. Positive sentiment in the global macroeconomic landscape has increased optimism about oil demand, putting up pressure on the oil prices. World oil demand has increased lately. Increasing world oil demand has reached a record level, with a demand hitting 103 million barrels per day in June 2023. In August, another peak in demand, which was driven by strong consumption during the summer season in Europe and United States, actually created a reduction of supplies and then the prices. This surge in demand is a significant factor contributing to rising fuel prices globally, not only in Uganda. Also in Uganda, foreign exchange rate fluctuations have influenced the fuel prices, especially in our country. The exchange rate against the US dollar was 3,615 shillings per dollar in July 2023, and has increased currently to 3,725 as of yesterday. This is in August, and that price has actually stayed that high. This has got a direct impact on the price of fuel at the pump stations. Oil prices and Platts. The global oil market has seen a notable increase in oil prices, with the price of Brent crude oil per barrel surging to $74.35 in July 2023 to $82.45 in August 2023. Additionally, refined petroleum product prices, guided by the Platts, have increased significantly. Diesel prices rose by $135 per metric ton, and petrol prices increased by $67 in August compared to July 2023. These price increases are directly affecting the cost of petroleum products imported into Uganda, which in turn influences domestic pump prices. Platts serve as a global authority in the energy industry by providing essential benchmark pricing assessments, market transparency, and insights for various energy products, enabling market transparency and insights for various energy products, enabling market participants to make informed decisions, manage risk, and ensure fair and transparent energy trade practices. Price takers. Uganda as a country is actually a taker because we, as a net importer of petroleum products, Uganda is a price taker. We are not producing oil, we just take. This means that when global oil prices rise, it directly affects prices at the pump in Uganda. However, despite being a landlocked country, Uganda's fuel prices remain competitive, and transit trucks often purchase their fuel in Uganda. They actually leave the the trucks which go through Uganda come and refuel their vehicles in Uganda because of the competitive prices that we have before crossing into Kenya due to lower prices here. I'm going to give you, which I have as an annex, the indications how the fuel prices are across the region. I'll come to that. Number 4, impact of increased world oil demand and supply, demand and summer season in Europe and the US. The surge in global oil demand to record levels, especially during the summer season in Europe and the United States, has put immense pressure on prices. Thus, high demand, driven by seasonal factors and increased economic activity, has contributed significantly to the recent spike in fuel prices worldwide. In conclusion, the rising fuel prices in Uganda can be attributed to a combination of global factors, including deepening OPEC supply cuts, positive microeconomic sentiments, strong world oil demand, the seasonal impact of the summer season in Europe and the United States, foreign exchange fluctuations in our country, and a notable increase in oil prices, guided by the Platts assessments. While Uganda remains competitive in fuel pricing, it is essential that we continue to monitor these factors as they come across over time. With the measures put in place to ensure steady supply of petroleum products and fair competition in the downstream petroleum subsector, my ministry will continue to monitor the subsector to ensure that Uganda's market gets continuous supply of petroleum products through all the supply routes competitively. So we have two supply routes, the Kenyan one and then the Dar es Salaam one. So we shall continue monitoring to ensure that we have a security of supply. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to submit, but before I do that, I have an annex to show you that our prices are competitive in the region. I'm going to talk about the prices in Dar es Salaam, the prices in various points in Kenya when the petroleum products enter Uganda, and then the Kampala price. Petrol, the Dar es Salaam price is 3,199 Tanzanian shillings. When you get it to Uganda shilling, that's equivalent to 4,514. That's in Dar es Salaam. Now, on the Kenyan route for petrol, in Mombasa, the price is
Is that attachment on what is uploaded? The rules are very clear. When it's a statement, you must upload everything.
I actually have it here, and I signed it off, and was also in the copies which I sent to the speaker.
That you sent to the speaker, am I the one who scans it? I don't upload it.
I sent to the clerk. Sorry.
It's okay, you read it. Yes.
Well, Madam Speaker, we have only respected the minister, but he has as if been referring to his notes. He was not reading a statement. But because of the respect he has, we had to take it with the challenges we have. But in normal practice, the minister should be reading a statement and it should be flowing with our iPads. But since you are, of course, as you are, we accept that.
There is an older man. Honorable members, you will get the figures. Honorable members, you've heard what the minister is saying. You all know that in Uganda, the pricing is in a free market economy. Like ours, where the demand, like what the minister said, the determinants are on demand and supply. When the demand outstrips the supply, prices are bound to rise. Now they have risen up. The prices are up. It erodes our disposable income. And it worsens on the living conditions of the people. And after listening to what the minister is saying, the minister's statement is talking about the external factors. Basically talking about the external factors. The honorable minister is not looking at what are the mitigating factors that we can bring on board. Government being the regulator, what can we do in the immediate, medium, and long term? We need to have, you need to do your regulatory role as government. And then we need to have buffers locally for us to be able to manage these external shocks. We should not be able to dance to the external shocks. We should have the buffers locally for us to manage it. As a minister of energy, we need stable supply. How we get stable supply is upon government. Yes. JB. After JB, you're finished. You're giving us what we don't have. Okay, you give us the figures.
I was actually reading through the annex, right, Honorable Speaker, which actually informs where we are. I was telling you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the House, that the price, even in Mombasa, of petrol is equivalent to 4,769. That's in Mombasa. This is current. Nairobi, the price is 4,851. Eldoret.
You who is saying, no, how much is the fuel?
Madam Speaker, sometimes I eat breakfast in Uganda and lunch in Kenya. And as I talk now, and the current information have just been given by Mr. Shem, the cost of fuel is 3,950 on the border of Busia.
Right, Honorable Speaker. If I may continue. That I'm not going to answer him because it could be smuggled fuel, but I'm talking of official fuel. Now,
order, Madam Speaker.
At Mandera,
Honorable members, the minister is having the floor. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Fuel at Mandera is 5,229 Uganda shillings. It is equivalent. In Kenyan money,
it is
Mandera. This is actually closer to Busia. I've actually talked from Mombasa, Nairobi, Eldoret, and then Mandera close to the border. Mandera. Yes, it is equivalent to 5,229 shillings currently. And when you compare to the price in Kampala, which is 502,000 currently, 5,200 shillings. That's the current petrol price. So it actually shows, it shows that
what is the exact cost of fuel?
It is 5,200. 400.
Sarah, what is the cost of fuel? You fuel it today. The minister wouldn't know because he uses a fuel card.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Over the weekend, I was in Tororo. I took fuel, 2 different petrol stations at 5,300 a liter. Yes. And that is total and fuel and Shell.
Honorable members, it doesn't matter how much fuel is, but what we know, the fuel prices have gone high. That is a fact. The issue is, what is our plan as government? Immediate, medium, and long term.
Honorable Speaker, we shall continue assuring the country. We shall continue monitoring the supply. Right, Honorable Speaker, what my ministry is responsible is to assure, since these are global issues.
Do we have, yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister has presented to us what is happening. And as usual, the usual talk wherever prices rise. And you've also just ask him once again that the issues of global prices, forces of demand and supply, we are aware. And you've just asked him that what's the way out? What have you planned? Issues like reserves, to mention anything, it's what we are expecting. Right now, Madam Speaker.
First of all, we need to find out what happened to our reserves. In Jinja, in Hoima, in wherever, what happened to them? Do we have fuel in them? And if you have fuel in them, that should be the immediate buffer that we have.
Oh, won't it be procedure right, Madam Speaker? The Honorable Minister goes back and he brings for us a comprehensive statement showing us what we are going to do, what the country is able to move on, and directing us with the way you've just mentioned, short-term, medium-term, and long-term responses and solutions as for this country to move on. Because last time, they could even say that whoever is going to have price above 6,000 or 5,000, that's what the Prime Minister mentioned. And then at least the petrol stations were able to reduce a little. But right now, it's not giving us a solution. So are we proceeding well when the minister is not able to give us a solution right now? Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, your role is not only keep monitoring, but ensure stability and assuring the country. We want the stability. Yes.
The Committee on Government Assurances interfaced with the minister, and he knows it very well. And we gave a number of issues, and we have a report we have prepared. If it is within your mandate, Madam Speaker, if you could permit that you will give us room tomorrow.
You're saying if it is within my
within your mandate, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Not if the senior legislator here cannot make a mistake on Speaker. Within your mandate and your powers, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members,
that
under item 8 on the order paper, and that's what the Honorable Sewungu is talking about. The motion for adoption of a report of Committee of Government Assurance and implementation on government assurances to stabilize fuel prices. What Honorable Sewungu is saying, Joseph Gonzaga Mukatoliki, he's suggesting that we debate the report together with the assurances of the minister. Because the minister, all what the minister has is an assurance to the country that we shall reduce prices. So I think let's look at that report together with what the minister has presented. Yes, a motion.
Madam Speaker, I'm moving under Rule 59. A motion that Parliament rejects this statement by the minister. You have, as a presiding officer, even guided further. But actually, the government worth its name should come here and explain what happened to the reserves. What are the solutions to the citizens who are suffering with the fuel? Not just downloading material from Google. And then you come and tell us how external factors. The motion, Madam Speaker, which comes without notice under this rule, is that this Parliament rejects this statement and orders the minister to return with a statement that gives solutions to the fuel crisis that we have in the country. That's the motion, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the minutes are not finished. And in his statement, he still had good ideas. What is causing the prices, the external factors. The only thing that the minister does not have in his report is the solution on the way forward, how we can mitigate the effect of the prices. But since it is a motion that you put, is that motion seconded? I am putting a question. Those in favor of that motion say and the contrary nay. The nays have it. So, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we are going to have a debate tomorrow on your paper, on your report, together with the committee's report. It will be a first item tomorrow.
Most obliged, right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 3.2, statement by Minister on the high cost of school fees in some public schools and tertiary institutions and attendant regulations.
Honorable members, section 3.2 and section 57G of the Education Pre-Primary, Primary and Post-Primary Act 2008 mandates the minister to prescribe and regulate the fees payable at all the schools. As part of the oversight role, the responsibility is given to the minister to make sure that he brings the regulations to this house. This house requested the minister to bring the regulations since the students, the children, the students are going back to school very soon with the dates that Honorable Sarah raised, with the dates that are not systematic, which we want you to respond on Thursday on the issue of the dates. It is the responsibility of government to ensure that there is equality in education, because we fund these government schools, and even when we appropriate money for them, they still charge high school fees. It is on that note, therefore, that we asked you to come and present to this house the regulations. And we are asking for the regulations, not circulars.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this statement is about high school charges in some schools. You can call it prohibitive, and the attendant regulations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and dear colleagues, my ministry shares the concern of the honorable members about prohibitive school fees charges, which are denying access to education for a number of our learners, compromising government's objectives of providing affordable quality education for all and increasing equitable access to education. Right Honorable Speaker, it's against that background that the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports set up a committee to review the school fees charges in schools. And this committee was chaired by Professor Kayanja. I'll be laying on table his report. Right Honorable Speaker, from the recommendation that were drawn from that committee report, Kayanja committee report, the minister has come up with measures to curb the continuous rising fees charges. These measures.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Usually and I want to thank the Minister for Local Government. When there is a matter for local government, he will be here, not his deputy. The procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether the Honorable J.C. Muyingo is now the Minister for Education. Because you called for the Minister for Education, I thought he will first tell Parliament why the minister is not here, and then he proceeds as someone who has been sent. But he has made it a habit that each time you call for Minister of Education, he immediately jumps up as if he's the Minister of Education. Yet this Parliament approved the Minister for Education.
On procedure. Honorable members, Honorable Muingo is a Minister of Education. The Minister of Education has a number of ministers, and I have a rota. I have a rota. Today is a day for Honorable Muingo. Much as the document is not even signed by him, but because he's the one supposed to be in the house. He's the one in the house and is reading the statement. To sign by him. Okay. Okay. If you want who is the minister herself? These are the ministers. Unless if you just want a person. But if you want a minister, the minister is here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, let the Honorable Minister in charge of higher education.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, from the recommend.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for accepting my guidance and for seeking for your guidance, seek for your guidance. I've been the Committee of Education for some time, and I know it runs. But I think with your guidance, would help us that you write to the full Minister of Education to know her roles as a minister. We are running this committee and we get stuck because of the absence of the minister substantive not appearing before the committee. There is nothing we lose as a committee. She went through the appointments committee and she gave assurances to this Parliament that she ran work of government because she has no children. So the minister who does not enter appearance is making us get stuck, and Honorable Yingo is sweating all the time with us. He's suffering.
Honorable member, I have always told you, you can attend on Zoom and you can attend physically. And as I see, the First Lady is on Zoom, unless if you want to see her physically. If you want to see her physically, honorable members, I wish I was loved like the way you love the First Lady. I really, you want her in the house.
Madam, I even pray for her, by the way.
Yes, but keep praying for her, and if you want her, kindly, let's make appointment. I take you to State House and you meet her.
She's not head of the
Minister,
committee.
continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I also use this chance to tell my brother Seung that I'm not sweating.
Actually, your son.
I'm enjoying my work. Were drawn by the Kayanja report, the ministry has come up with measures to curb the continuous rising fees charges. These measures were communicated to the schools and the general public through press release and circulars by the permanent secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, which were dated on the October 29, 2018 and February and the 4th February 2020. The guidelines in the circular include the following. 1, no school, private or government, shall increase school fees for whatever reason without written authorization from the permanent secretary, Minister of Education and Sports. Number 2, other cash and non-cash requirements outside.
Why don't you leave the minister to finish? Because we are distorting him.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to raise a very important procedure matter. Last week, when the Minister of Education, the Honorable Peter Ogwang, was presenting, you asked about the Kayanja report and that they would first bring us to book about the Kayanja report before they make the
He's going to
presentation.
lay on table the
So-
Kayanja report.
Right, Honorable, I wish I could conclude the procedure.
Yes.
My procedure matter was, wouldn't it be procedure right for the ministers first take us through the Kayanja reports that we understand and we are at the same level before you present.
We'll put the Kayanja report in the library, and when you want, you go and read it. For me, our interest as a house are the regulations. Just give us the regulations. You don't even need to talk much. Just bring the regulations, even if it means just laying on table, lay them on table.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right now, I don't have the regulations, but I wanted to give you a background why that situation.
Now,
Right.
please listen to the minister. Yes.
Right, Honorable. I want to allow me to complete my report and exactly show you how far we have gone with the regulations. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The third guideline was schools implementing universal primary education, secondary education, and universal post-O-level education and training shall strictly adhere to the policy implementation guidelines, where the parents decide and agree to contribute towards an emergency in the school and the permission is sought and granted by the permanent secretary, no learner shall be excluded from school on account of a parent's failure to pay the agreed upon amount in accordance with Section 9(3) of the Education Act of 2008. As soon as the emergency is resolved, the school shall stop charging the emergency fee. 4, where a school board or school management committee has to employ additional teachers to those on payroll, permission shall be sought from the permanent secretary in case of a secondary school and the chief administrative officer or town clerk in the case of a primary school to use part of the capitation grant towards the payment of additional teachers. 5, in line with the 4 above, head teachers are warned against employing additional teachers before all the teachers on the payroll have been assigned the minimum required teaching load. All teachers without a minimum teaching load should be promptly reported to the Minister of Education and Sports in case of secondary schools for respective local governments in case of primary schools for appropriate redeployment. All schools must respect staff establishment ceilings for both teaching and non-teaching staff as provided by the Minister of Public Service. 6, private schools must adhere to the approved staff employment guidelines. They should formally recruit, contract, and effectively manage and develop staff on reasonable employment terms. Madam Speaker, number 7, all government and government-aided schools should desist from taking commercial loans. Any school applying for a loan must seek authorization from the Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development through the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, as provided for in the Public Finance Management Act of 2015. Right, Honorable Speaker, these guidelines have been widely circulated to institutions of learning across the country through local governments, Kampala State Council Authority, and the Directorate of Education Standards. Right, Honorable Speaker, my ministry prepared a cabinet paper on school fees regulations, wanted the approval of cabinet. However, cabinet, in a bid to fulfill the pledge of free education for all, directed the minister to submit another memo on compulsory free education for all. The ministry submitted the cabinet memo on free and compulsory education for all, and it was approved by cabinet on the 17th March 2023. The ministry has embarked on implementing this cabinet resolution and will be briefing Parliament accordingly on the progress of this at an appropriate time. Right Honorable Speaker, what we are going in for is compulsory, universal, primary, secondary education, universal and free. And this is going to be done in phases beginning with next financial year. Therefore, the policy regulating school fees has, as it were, been overtaken by events, and a new position on free compulsory universal education is being implemented, Madam Speaker. I submit, Madam.
Thank you. Clarification from Juliet.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My clarification goes to the Honorable Minister. How are you going to do it in a phased manner? Because you're just reading a report without a detail of how you're going to do it. How are you going to completely make sure that it is free education for both primary and secondary? Because that will speak to the Ugandans that are looking and listening to us. Otherwise, your report
just about the universal and free education for all the students. Let's first have the guidelines or the circular for this third term. No, let's first have for this third term. You own a school, we know it. First of all, one thing that we must appreciate, that education is a universal equalizer, and we don't want to disadvantage other people. If you don't have the regulations, why don't you first come with a circular and give out to all the schools and say, this is the minimum amount of money that you should be charged and maximum. And then you closely monitor for you to be able to know that for you to be able to give out free education in the next financial year. But for now, what is the way forward? Students are going back to school. What are you advising the schools? It can't be overtaken by events, no. I first respond to what I've asked you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are going to universal primary, universal secondary education, whereby each and everybody of school-going age will be able to
asked you for primary, secondary, and take tertiary.
Right,
We are not talking about only primary.
Right Honorable, I'm coming, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there
is a man from Honorable Onzima. Everybody wants a clarification
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm just confused because I thought as of now, government was implementing universal secondary education and universal primary education. Now, if the minister is saying from next financial year, we are also starting a universal primary school education for secondary and primary. What is this one which we have been implementing? So I just wanted to get that clarification.
Honorable members, I want you to listen. The law is very clear that the minister shall bring regulations, unless if we are not implementing the law. And you're talking about UPE. We are not talking about UPE alone. We are talking about primary, secondary, and tertiary. And for us, we want regulations, even if it is free, but the regulations must be there. It's a demand of the law. Yes, Jonah?
Madam Speaker, last week, the State Minister for Education and Sports, Honorable Ogwang, presented a statement here. If you looked at the statement presented today by the minister, word for word, except the signatures, has been presented.
No, mine has the same signature of last week.
No, the one presented by him is
No,
under
for
his.
me, mine, what I was given has the minister, Honorable Ogwang's signature. It is here. And this is a report we threw out last week and asked the minister to come with the regulation. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, can you help this house can you help this country? We made a law in this house, and you are aware of the law, that you will come with the regulations to regulate the school fees that is being paid, to avoid exploitation of other people. Other schools, including government-aided schools, are charging very high school fees. And that's what we are asking you for. We are not asking for too much. We want uniformity. And we said last time we need to grade this school. A school in town in Kampala here is different from a school which is coming from Mayuge there. And that one, maybe you can charge a certain amount. That's why we are saying we need minimum and maximum. Give us the regulations on how we should run these schools. Yes, law.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am very constrained to pick the motivation of one of my mentors, the Honorable Mayingo. Today, I am very troubled. He's very uninspired and unusually sounding insipid because he's very smart, you know? And I am wondering what could have befallen him. First of all, he is aware that government has never fulfilled its policy of a primary and secondary school per sub-county, parish for primary, sub-county for secondary. And today, to calm the nerves of the house, they have added a slogan to free education, compulsory free. So all the troubles have been solved. He's aware that as we speak, there are simply so many primary schools, even without the minimum number of teachers required. And he's also aware that for each pupil in our primary schools, they receive less than 10,000 shillings per year. And they're supposed to use that to hire more teachers and also run the schools they're supposed to run. And we are still discussing education in those same phrases. Education for our children and the future of this country. Honorable Speaker, I think we can be so nice, we can speak niceties. The Honorable good doctor and minister needs to do justice to his quality. He's superb, he's good. This is not him. Return and speak to this house. Is government prepared to educate freely and compulsorily the country's children, facilitate the schools, pay the teachers, recruit enough teachers, make sure there are schools in every sub-county as notified? Honorable Speaker, I've been traveling in the country. The schools, sub-counties without schools are several. I was in Obongi, primary school children board a ferry every 12 o'clock to return home for lunch and return to school in the afternoon at 4 for afternoon lessons. So, Honorable Speaker, the minister needs to return to the drawing board. And unfortunately for my good friend and mentor, where I work in my space, we cannot even debate his statement because it has no space. This kind of output has no space in my program. We can't debate it. Unfortunately, it does not mean the minimum standards for our space to debate it. We need, this is our country. Education is our space, all of us. We need to discuss it in terms that even inspire a young people home watching TV. They're actually planning for them. So we can't discuss this, Honorable Speaker. So will the Honorable Minister be kind and say, I humbly retreat. Let me go prepare. You have my support, Doctor. Be sure you'll have our support. Bring what you need to do. We know there are challenges in the sector. They are not your personal challenges. You do not create them. We can handle them together. This is our country. Prepare. Expose the gaps. We shall support you.
Thank you.
Just be aware there are challenges, but this does not pass the minimum test, I am afraid. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable members in the public gallery, this afternoon we have pupils and teachers from Buluge Nursery and Primary School, that is Erute, South Lira District, represented by our own Honorable Odur Jonathan. Honorable Odur, you first stand up for the kids to see you. And Honorable Auma Linda, you are very good members of parliament. Go and tell your parents that you have, when you see Oduru here, he's a very good member of parliament. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers from Rima Nursery and Primary School, that is Lira East Division, represented by Honorable Ken James Michael Jimmy and Honorable Chen General. You still have very good leaders in these people. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, we want to plead with you that what the minister gave you to come and read is exactly what Honorable Gwang read the other day. That's why I was able to follow it, even when it was with the Gwang's signature, Honorable Gwang's signature. They only removed the Honorable Gwang's name and put yours. Let these ministries not make us look ugly. What we are saying, now we are going to third term. Let's have, in the absence of regulation, let's first have a circular go to schools, that this is the minimum and maximum amount that should be paid in terms of school fees. We thank you so much for the universal free education. We'll wait for it. But for now, we are in third term. We want an action to be taken. Minister, because we are not going to take this report. This report is what we threw out the other day. I don't want to call contempt of parliament. I don't want to call it, but I would have naturally called it. Yes.
Colleague is asking, just read the 59M. The trouble, they gave you books you don't read. Madam Speaker, I am raising a point of privilege. The Honorable Jesse Muyingo was with the Commissioner for Higher Education in the committee, our committee here in the morning. And he was pleading, why are you embarrassing me at my age? And I'm saying the truth, let him deny. The point of privilege I'm raising on his behalf, at his age, he's being made to carry these things and is again humiliated by the committee, now by parliament. Why doesn't this parliament advise him to resign? For you to be asked to bring the same statement and you append your signature. The Honorable Matthias Mpuga said, and I confess, you are our leader in Uganda here with a lot of respect. That's why you put us in awkward position now. Because how can my people hear me that I am here also joining those who are embarrassing you? Yet you made the choice yourself that you will be the one to carry papers, whether you have read, whether you cross-checked with what was here. Madam Speaker, I request you to invoke Rule 59M and allow the Honorable Jesse Muyingo not to return with, otherwise here, how do we defend you?
Honorable Doctor, I want you to come back with something better than what you have.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've taken note of the issues that have been raised. I pray that you give us some time. We come back with a more robust, updated report.
First, Honorable Dr. Muyingo, first we want an action. Come back with an action that you've taken. Now that schools are starting.
Madam Speaker.
Maybe you can send a circular, or you can do something, advise the schools.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, yes, Doctor.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Alan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I hope we are not debating on a report that we chased away.
No, we are not debating on the report. But Madam Speaker, because of the respect we are called to Honorable Jesse Muyingo, it would be prudent enough for him to withdraw that report and say sorry to Parliament because of his dignity as he, for us leaders in Uganda here, we feel offended because how can a full doctor, almost a professor, read the same statement which was thrown out by Parliament last week? It is too embarrassing, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, don't tribalize this Parliament. Honorable Muyingo is a minister, is not a minister of Uganda. And is one of the respected ministers. Honorable Muyingo has already taken his document, he has withdrawn his document, and is coming with a robust document. But in the meantime, as we wait for the robust document, he's going to take action and give out circulars on issues of schools that exploit parents and how such issues can be handled. Next item. On the next item, members, I need to, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister had come with the Kayanja report. Would it not be procedure right to ask him to lay it? Yeah, so that it is referred to the library and some of us who want to read can read and know what is in this report as directed last week. But also secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, ask the committee, would it not be procedure right for the Education Committee to also conclude handling matters that are before it regarding the school fees? And they could even interface with the ministry and bring their report here.
That Kayanja report is part of the report that the minister is supposed to present. So that will be doing things in piecemeal. Let the robust report come with the Kayanja report. Yes, Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As the minister is going to work on the report to edit it, I also want him to inform this nation. As he's saying that the schools are going to be not paying, it's going to be free education. I want him to tell us why they are adding in extra payments, which they are naming as developmental fee, lunch, health, medical fees.
That is what is going to form.
If all that can be edited and be deleted from the list of the schools which are under government. Thank you.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I have already made a ruling to that effect on that matter. Let's wait for the report. Let's wait for the robust report. In the meantime, we need an action to be taken on schools. Most of us are conflicted because most people have schools, so they feel the school fees should continue the same way. Next item.
Item 3.3, statement by minister on the non-compliance of local governments, cities and municipalities with the parliamentary resolution on the utilization of the road maintenance grant.
Honorable members, you recall last week we had the same issue and we asked the minister. We gave the minister a deadline of Friday to communicate to the local governments, municipalities, and cities, and give copies to members of parliament on utilization of the regulations that were sent, or the guidelines that were sent by parliament. I happen to have received a letter from a copy from the permanent secretary of local government, forwarding the resolution of parliament to all the local governments. So the resolution has been forwarded and they've asked local governments to implement the resolutions of this parliament. Honorable Magesa, I want to thank you for that, for taking instructions of parliament.
Thank you very much.
I don't know whether you have got your copies. Can I have the copies for all the members of parliament in their pigeonholes?
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, we'd like to thank you and thank Parliament for the decision you took on the road maintenance grant, the 1 billion shillings per district. We fully agreed with Parliament and we've issued a circular directing the local governments to implement. We've also developed an action paper for each resolution guiding the local governments in line with my responsibility under Section 95 of the Local Government Act, so that they know under each resolution what are the concrete actions to take. I beg to submit, and we have actually uploaded it on the iPads, but we shall also make sure that there is a copy of the circular plus the action paper in your pigeonholes. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, Lee.
Honorable Speaker.
Lee. Are you Lee?
You said Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This matter of the road grant to local governments requires action like the Honorable Minister for Local Government has taken. But we still continue to get complaints from the local governments, especially engineers. Is whether sub-counties should benefit from this money. They are issues, if not addressed and clarified further. I suspect we may not be able to utilize these resources in the first quarter. Therefore, I would want to invite the minister to liaise with the Minister of Works, who should put Uganda Road Fund Secretariat to notice so that they can further guide if there are things to guide on. And for this money to be utilized, Madam Speaker, Ministry of Finance should be able to open up their system to enable local governments upload any revised work plans. And this has not been done. So it would therefore require some multi-sectoral approach, which I believe the Minister for Local Government can coordinate. Please, I take that information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last week we were with the PSST Finance, and this issue was raised. The PSST stated they are not going to release money under the road fund. They are saying that if they are to release that money, we must have a supplementary on this floor. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance should come here and clarify on their statement, because they are saying we are going against what we budgeted for under the local government. And they stated this last week.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The implication
They
of
said
that,
it from where?
We were having a retreat in Serena Chigo.
That is hearsay.
It is not hearsay. I
Listen,
was in
doctor,
the meeting.
Doctor,
Yes.
the minister ought to come to this house.
Yes, that's what.
If it was mentioned in this house, we are not going to pick information from wherever around and
Most obliged, right, Honorable Speaker.
now,
That's why I'm requesting.
we'll go to another step. We'll go to another step when we see that the money has not been released. But to the best of my knowledge, money is with the local governments.
Madam
The
Speaker,
money
money
is with
is
the
with
local
local government. What needs to be done is warranting of that money. The warranting must be done so that it can be spent
Honorable Speaker.
for road
Honorable-
maintenance.
Honorable Minister.
Allow me to confirm to the House. I think we are talking of two things. There is money which they were getting under the road fund. That one, as you heard, was cut in a number of districts. But the 1 billion shillings, which is subject to the resolution of Parliament, I want to confirm that each district has already got the 250 million for this quarter. And I also want to inform the House, the position which I've given you was agreed on between myself, the Honorable Katumba Wamala, Minister of Works, and the Honorable Musasizi, Minister of Finance. You see, the circular we have issued was on Friday, the 1st of September. I have no doubt the local governments listen to their minister. They will implement. Thank you.
Clarification. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Information.
Honorable Minister, you are aware that the previous money, can we hear? The previous money that was released under the development budget. And currently, yes, we had a roads committee meeting and the cow was bringing this to our attention, that this money is under the development budget. And yet, under the road fund, funds were being released under recurrent. And therefore, there is need to shift this money from the development budget to the recurrent budget line so that they can spend it. So that is where there is a challenge. So the clarification I'm seeking from you is whether you have looked at that as the responsible ministers.
Annette.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. First of all, I've been the chairperson of Lords Committee in my district. And Right Honourable Speaker, you directed that we go back and have a meeting, which we had. In my district, money was released and money has been used. So I'm actually confused. The only challenge we have in my district are the load units. We cannot afford to use the money that we have, depending on the machines that we have. We are sharing with the municipality and the town councils. So for me, I'm actually confused. Which money are you talking about,
Right,
Right,
Honourable
Honourable
Speaker.
Speaker?
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Honorable members, the member is right to ask. When we are in this house, we should move together. If the member is not sure of which money we are talking about, Honorable Annette, we are talking about the 1 billion shillings that we added to the local governments, and that 1 billion every quarter we are, local government is supposed to get 250 million. And our issue was we were not ready as Parliament to go by the guidelines that were issued by Minister of Works. We got those guidelines from Minister of Works and forwarded them to our Committee of Infrastructure. The Committee of Infrastructure came up with the guidelines that were adopted by this House. When the House adopted the guidelines, our assumption was it was automatic. This House being supreme. The ministry, the two ministries, local government and works, did not implement that. And it is upon that to all the local governments, instructing them to follow the guidelines that were approved by this House. That's what we are talking about, and that's where we are. I hope we are now on the same pace.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Eh.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Local Government, my senior brother, the Honorable Raphael Magezi. I want to say here that you are one of the most active ministers in President Museveni's cabinet, this cabinet here. Very honest. Where you're able to say yes, you say yes. Where you're not able, you say yes. Number two, I want to confirm. I spoke to our town clerk. Also, you gave us a very good town clerk, Mr. Kawesi. You gave us a very town clerk. He has confirmed the city has received 250 million shillings. All the cows, all the accounting officers were asking, well, how are we going to spend the money? Because they are the first guidelines that were sent to the cities or the districts and the municipalities, they could not use them. Now, with this commitment that you have brought, I want to agree that by next week, we're going to start the work. But Yoro Magezi, thank you very much. I only read about you in the newspapers. I read about you in the newspapers even before joining this parliament, that you did a very good job.
You are finished.
Okay.
Next item.
Item 5. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Public Accounts, Local Government on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2021-2022 on 36 district local governments, 3 cities, 2 divisions, and 7 municipal councils.
Honorable members, Rule 1H25 and 6 require the Public Accounts Committee, that's local government, to examine the reports of the Auditor General and related authorities and report to the House within a period of 6 months. This was operationalized
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for your good guidance. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to lay the minutes for the report of the Committee Park Local Government, considering 48 entities. I beg to lay.
Are there 48 or 36 district local governments, 3 cities?
Yes. 36
2 divisions, and 7 municipal councils.
Exactly.
Let the answer capture it well.
Thank you.
Otherwise, the Honorable do.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to add the total, but it is okay as you guided. I beg to lay the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2021-2022 on 36 district local governments, 3 cities, 2 divisions, and 7 municipalities. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report. I beg to lay the report of the committee for the financial year 2021-2022, considering 36 district local government, 3 cities, 2 divisions, and 7 municipalities. I beg to lay the report.
Please do.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
The previous one was the minutes of the meetings. Then this one is a report.
Is the report.
Yes, Jonathan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to seek your guidance on how we entertain the audited Treasury Memorandum under Rules 221. I am not preempting debates, but we have seen year in and year out recommendations from Parliament sent to the executives requiring certain actions, which actions have never been taken. And once the government, the executive reports here with the Treasury Memorandum, is referred to the Auditor General to audit. And we have never had those reports back here, which makes us constrained on how to debate. Just last week, I've been studying the Treasury Memorandum laid by the executive. If you look through what the executive has acted upon, you would not wish even that Parliament wastes resources processing these reports. The executive does not in any way take seriously the recommendation. So the guidance I wanted from you, Madam Speaker, that when should we expect from the Auditor General the audited report on the Treasury Memorandum that should allow us debate to see whether the executive is actually acting. If you read some of the actions, you will not even want to entertain these reports, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jana. What happens when you forward these reports to Auditor General in the subsequent years when they are making a report on that particular entity or whichever institution? They put a report on what they have found out on the Treasury Memoranda. But that does not stop us from asking for a report from Auditor General on the Treasury Memoranda, because we have forwarded a number of Treasury Memoranda to Auditor General. What we can do is write to them and ask them on their reports. Clerk, do that, write to them and ask for the reports, a response to the Treasury Memoranda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the report is quite huge. Because of that, I will present the executive summary of the report. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance to Article 163, Clause 5A of the Constitution of the Constitution, and the Rule 182, Clause 5 of our Rule of Procedure, the Committee on Public Accounts, Local Government, considered the report of Auditor General for the financial year 2021-2022 and wishes to report its finding to this House. This report covers the key issues in the report, which will be categorized into 2 sections. Namely, key issues in local government and key audit matters, general and cross-cutting queries in the local government. This report, which covers 48 local governments, covering Oyuma, Barara, Gulu, and Arua branch, has been compiled based on the findings of the Auditor General and observations of the committee, mainly to show current state of local government and to aid policymakers in improving performance of local government, as I highlighted below. Right now, Speaker, let me go straight to the key findings in local government. Budget performance for the financial year 2021-2022. Right now, Speaker, the committee has considered audit reports for 48 entities, with 2 entities being city divisions whose budgets were appropriated under their parent city votes. Total appropriated budget to local government for financial year 2021-2022. Right now, Speaker, Parliament appropriated a total sum of 5,995 billion to all local governments, out of which 5,463 billion, equivalent to 91% of the approved budget, was warranted. The shortfall in revenue was 568 billion during the year based on warrants. Specifically, the 48 local government entities considered in the audit report, they had a total approved budget of 1,788 billion, out of which 1,580 billion was warranted, translating into a release performance of 88%, leaving a balance of 207 billion unavailed to the local government. Right, Honorable Speaker, overall, out of 5,426.9 billion warranted to all local government, 4,723 billion was utilized, hence unspent balance of 703 billion during the year. Right, Honorable Speaker, this implies that 1,271 billion was the total shortfall in respect of what Parliament appropriated for the year ending 30th June 2022. Local government absorption policy, absorption capacity. Right, Honorable Speaker, the 48 local government entities considered were warranted a total sum of 1,580 billion, equivalent to 20% of the total warrants to the local government's budgeted during the financial year 2021-2022, inclusive of the local revenue. Out of the 1,580 billion resources warranted to the local government, 1,399 billion was expended, representing 89% absorption of the budget released. In this regard, 167.9 billion was returned to the consolidated fund as a result of failure to absorb the resources. The underperformance in absorption of funds by the local government was attributed to a number of factors on a case-by-case, including late recruitment of teachers, a delayed access of staff to the payroll, among others. The underperforming local government included Agago District local government that absorbed only 77% of the funds released to it. Gulu District local government also absorbed 77%. Koboko District local government also registered 77%. Lera and Apache District local government at 81%. On the other hand, the local government that absorbed close to the target included Kitgum District local government with a return of 98%, Kitgum Municipal Council at 96%, Pade District local government at 96%, and Amoro District local government at 92%. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me go to local revenue performance. The total approved local revenue budget for the local government was 123 billion, of which 131 billion was released back to the local government, representing 59%. The warrant or releases are based on what the local government collects and is deposited with the consolidated fund as per the requirements of the section 29 clause 2 of the PFMA 2015. In the same vein, the 48 entities had an approved local revenue budget of 48.273 billion, and a sum of 29.265 billion was availed, hence an underperformance of 19 billion. A number of local government under review posted good performances, led by Yumbe District local government at 137%, followed by Maracha District local government at 127%, while the least performance was registered by Kitgum Municipal Council that realized only 16% of its approved local revenue budget, Apache District local government at 32%, and Agago District local government at 38%, as per the budget performance. Right, our Speaker, committee observation. Committee observed that 1, local government did not receive all appropriated budget resources, therefore failed to implement planned activities. 2, the unspent balance was attributed to a number of factors, including failure to recruit, delayed deployment of teachers by Ministry of Education, failure to procure contractors under use missed, delayed completion of projects under U-Gift, among others. 3, majority of local government reviewed, observed, and did perform above 80%. Right, our Speaker, committee recommendation on that. The committee recommends planning and economic development accounts for the under-release of funds to the local government. 2, accounting officers under whose supervision local government fail to utilize funds released to them be held personally liable. 3, entities whose absorptions of funds was below 80% be subjected to further investigation to ascertain underlying factors of the gross underperformance. 4, the accounting officer should develop clear revenue enhancement plans to assist the district in future revenue mobilization. And 5, the accounting officers should make follow-up with Ministry of Finance on the shortfalls affecting service delivery. Right, our Speaker, let me move straight to payroll management in the local government. And we shall read it together with funding and absorption of wage, pension, and gratuity. Right, our Speaker, because of time, let me go straight to the committee observation. On that, the committee made the following observation, right, on Speaker. 1, many local government conceals or ring-fence positions that have fallen vacant by deploying junior staff in acting capacity or assignment basis beyond the mandatory period of 6 months as a ploy to give time to their favored candidates to gain the prerequisite qualification, during which period they deny deserving persons employment and expense of service delivery, as noted in the committee's previous report, where in Chikube District local government, many of the staff were in acting capacity, with some acting in more than 3 positions, despite the clearance by the Ministry of Public Service to fill those positions. 2, adequate absorption of wage in local government was inhibited or constrained by factors ranging from functionality of District Service Commission to understaffing. 3, Education Service Commission delays to recruit tertiary and secondary school teachers, despite
Honorable
releases.
Bahati, can you bring back your members inside?
Thank you. Despite
Honorable members, this report is very, very good for you because there's an aspect of road fund. And if you cannot know what is happening in your districts, then I don't know what you're doing here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 3, adequate absorption of wage in the local government was inhibited on constraint by factors ranging from functionality of district service, that one was read. 3, the District Service Commission delays to recruit tertiary and secondary school teachers despite releases made and formal requests to Ministry of Education and Sports. 4, Ministry of Finance made releases to some local government over and above the requested funds. 5, some of the affected accounting officers adhered to the provisions under Section 17, Clause 5 of the PFMA Act 2015. Thus, monies were reverted to cater for the initially planned activities. And 6, failure to implement the provisions of the Negotiating, Consultative, and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act 2008 ends the failure to settle labor disputes, leading to under-absorptions, loss of funds, and high cost of disputes resolutions. Madam Speaker, the committee came up with the following recommendation. 1, PSST should all accounting officers who fail to ensure timely recruitment of staff personally liable and reprimand them for causing return of funds to the consolidated fund. 2, the accounting officers should institute measures that will ensure timely declaration of vacant positions to the District Service Commission, appointment and access to the payroll to avoid return of unspent balances to the consolidated fund. 3, Education Service Commission should ensure strict and timely adherence to their recruitment plans to avoid delays in staff recruitment. 4, local government should ensure that there are fully constituted District Service Commission to enable timely recruitment of staff. 5, the provisions of the Negotiating, Consolidative, and Dispute Resettlement Machineries Act 2008 should be adhered to. 6, the Ministry of Local Government should review the policy on the constitution of the District Service Commission and create a specific time frame within which district councils constitute the District Service Commission. 7, Ministry of Public Service should ensure that there is a specific time frame within which responses to permission to recruit from local governments are granted. 8, accounting officers who fail to ensure that vacant positions are filled after permissions to recruit has been granted should be held personally liable and reprimanded for undermining service delivery. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me go straight to payment of ineligible persons. Right, Honorable Speaker, the audit report noted that overall, government lost a total of 19,26,546,948 due to payment of salaries to ineligible persons or individuals in the 129 local government. Audit reviewed a file of teachers from Education Service Commission and noted that a number of teachers in secondary schools and tertiary institutions used forged minutes to access government payroll. The individuals had been on the payroll for a varied number of years, ranging from 1 to 39 years, with some even approaching the retirement age. In Kakumiro District Local Government, 10 staff had been paid 74,381,395 for over 3 years, while Agago District Local Government, 6 had been paid 55,676,794. The accounting officers explained that the issue of ineligible secondary school and tertiary institutions employees was beyond them, since the appointment and posting is done by the Ministry of Education. At the time of interaction, Madam Speaker, members can read that. Let me go straight to the committee observations. Madam Speaker, on that point, committee observed the following. 1, access to payroll with forged document was a contravention of Section B to A, Clause 1 and Clause 2 of Uganda Public Service Standing Orders 2021, which requires the public officers to have been properly appointed and rightfully receive salary for the services rendered to the government. 2, whereas there was proof that the matter was reported to police, no action had been taken, and there was no report. 3, the committee observed that between November 2021 and June 2022, the Education Service Commission undertook a countrywide validation exercise and established that 631 teachers had forged documents, appointment letters, and posting instructions. And the matter had been referred to the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, CID, for further management. And 4, the funds lost as a result of this fraudulent act had not been recovered. Committee recommendation. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, CID, should expedite the process with a view of prosecuting the culprits and recovery of lost funds, and report back to Parliament within 3 months from the time of the adoption of this report. 2, the Directorate also carries out an investigation in the Ministry of Education to establish how these staff get these posting instructions. 3, at every posting, the Ministry of Education and Sports should write letters to the district with a list of teachers posted. Madam Speaker, let me go straight to government preparedness to implement the Paris Development Model, PDM. Madam Speaker, government launched the Paris Development Model in financial year 2021-2022 as a delivery mechanism for translating 39% of households from subsistence economy to the money economy, and creating of employment opportunities at the lowest economic planning unit, the Paris. During the financial year 2021-2022, 169 local governments had an approved total budget of 175 billion, 429 million, 879,581 for PDM activities, out of which entities received 108 billion, 857 million, 715,367, representing 62%, leading to a shortfall of 66 billion, 572 million, 167,214, representing 38%. A review by audit on government's preparedness to implement this intervention indicated the following. One, during the financial year 2021-2022, a number of local governments received funds for implementation of PDM activities without guidance on how funds should be utilized. Two, money was repurposed or diverted from purchase of gadgets and tools, staff costs, and administrative costs to the revolving fund in a number of local governments without authorization, contrary to Regulation 16, Clause 1 of the PFMR 2016. Three, a number of SACCOs reviewed varying amounts ranging from 2,365,097 to 17,812,103, while other SACCOs did not receive any funding. Four, payment of PDM SACCO before registration. Five, failure to send funds directly to the PDM SACCO. Six, unutilized funds on SACCO accounts. Seven, irregularities in recruitment of parish chiefs. Right on, Speaker, the committee observed the following. One, when guidance was issued, it was contradictory. For instance, while the PTM Secretariat guided that funds should go direct to PDM SACCO accounts in commercial bank, the PSST guided that the funds should be sent to the entities' general fund accounts. Two, inadequate funds and late fund release affects the program implementation and defeats the purpose for which the program was designed. For example, in the last financial year, each parish was expected to receive 17 million. However, the committee observed that the parishes received averagely 5 million to 8 million. Three, payment of money to non-registered SACCO creates room for manipulation of the system, thus benefiting ineligible SACCOs, which negatively affects the objective of the program. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends the following. One, the PSST should always ensure that funds are channeled directly to registered PDM SACCO in line with the guidelines. Two, government through Ministry of Finance should harmonize the issuance of guidelines and ensure all guidelines are issued through the PDM Secretariat. Three, release of funds and issuance of implementation guidelines should be handled concurrently to enable timely implementation of activities to achieve the intended goals. Four, all monies that were swept back relating to PDM activities be reverted for continuity of the project. Right now, Speaker, we move to the implementation of Uganda Integrated Fiscal Transfers, UGIFT. During the financial year 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021, government released 81,640,150,547 and contracted firms to construct seat schools and health centers in 48 local governments, high local government. Over the years, the UGIFT program has faced implementation challenges, and therefore the project have either still remained incomplete or have been abandoned, raising stakeholders' concerns. Right on, Speaker, committee observation. The committee observed that there is a big challenge related to hybrid procurement of UGIFT across the country, as one contractor is given multiple projects. Committee recommendations. Right on, Speaker, committee recommends that 1, the 2-line ministries of education and health should ensure timely award of contracts to contractors with capacity. 2, limits on the number of projects per contractor must be ensured. 3, the accounting officer should ensure close supervision and monitoring of UGIFT project by the district executive with timely reporting on the progress. Right on, Speaker, we go to the development response to displacement impact project, DRDIP. Uganda is Africa's largest refugees hosting country with over 1.5 million refugees and asylum seekers. This has occasioned social, economic, and environmental needs to the host communities and the displaced refugees and returnees. In response to these needs, the government of Uganda, through the Office of the Prime Minister, implemented a development response to displacement impact project aimed at improving access to basic social services, expanding economic opportunities, and enhancing environmental management in the 15 districts. A review of the progress reports and interviews with the DRDIP liaison officer revealed the following. 1, 182 sub-projects that received 135 billion, 411 million, 714,542 in 15 districts had not commenced construction activities for which they were funded by the end of the financial year. 2, 29 billion, 784 million, 194,334 was released by the OPM and subsequently disbursed by 13 districts to 668 sub-project groups for small businesses, skills-based jobs, and serviced enterprises.
Chair, just allow me before you go to number 3 to introduce some leaders of tomorrow. These are pupils and teachers of Frederick Bach School from Kole District, represented by Honorable Aliak Judith and Honorable Chen Peter. You're most welcome. Please stand up. Please stand up. I did it because I know they have to go back to Kole. So thank you. You have your leaders here. You have very good leaders. We want to thank you for voting for our leaders, Judith and Peter. Thank you. When you're going back, wish you a safe journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, number 3, 307 sub-projects groups that received 12,847,363,682 in 8 districts had not commenced by the year end. All the sustainable environmental management activities had not commenced in all the 309 sub-projects in the 15 district local government. Yet a sum of 19,703,894,013 was released by OPM. 5, the audit report noted that 57 sub-projects that received funding totaling to 12,284,465,249 in 5 districts lacked environment and social management plans. Right Honourable Speaker, committee came up with the following observation. 1, there were delays in the disbursements of funds, and this affected the implementation timelines of the report. 2, a number of entities experienced
Of the project.
Of the project, yes. Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, a number of entities experienced budget cuts and the failure to effectively implement the project as planned. 3, the targeted local government did not achieve the intended results due to delays release of funds, thus the failure to implement the project. Finally, lack of environment and social management plans by the respective entities hinders the implementation of corrective actions against negative environmental and social effects of the sub-project. Madam Speaker, committee recommends the following. 1, the OPM should ensure timely release of funds to enable timely implementation of the project. 2, the accounting officers should make follow-up on the outstanding balances. 3, the accounting officer should ensure that monitoring and supervision is strengthened for the projects to realize the intended results. Finally, the Ministry of Works and Transport expedites the environmental assessment process and produces the environmental and social management plans as per the DIP guidelines. Madam Speaker, we move straight to micro-scale irrigation program. Madam Speaker, because of time, members can read. Let me go straight to the committee observation on the micro-scale irrigation scheme. The committee observed that the project is a costly project that will only benefit farmers that can afford to co-fund the project. It is not all inclusive. Committee recommendation. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that this project should be tailored towards promoting inclusivity with the intent of enhancing the capacity.
The program should be tailored towards promoting inclusivity. It's
Yes.
a program.
The program of the micro-scale irrigation project.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I repeat, the committee recommends that this program should be tailored towards promoting inclusivity with the intent of enhancing the capacity of the farmers. We move straight to management of public land. Madam Speaker, Section 45 of the Public Finance and Management Act 2015, as amended, required the accounting officers across government to be responsible for the management of the land under their capacity. Registration and titling of land. The audit report revealed that out of the 631 pieces held by 12 sampled entities, of which 348 pieces measured 2,384.78 hectares, and 283 pieces had unidentified measurements. 11 entities did not have titles for 428 pieces of land, and of which 172 pieces measured 651 hectares, and 256 pieces had undefined measurement. Gulu District, for instance, did not have land title for 76 pieces of land. Out of these, 20 pieces measured 64.5 hectares, and 56 pieces had no approximated measures in hectares. The entity had taken an average of 120 months from the time of acquisition without obtaining titles. There were cases of encumbrances in the forms of encroachment by the local population. Madam Speaker, the anomalies were attributed to inadequate funds by the entities to process land titles and land having been donated by people who passed on without transferring title to the entity. Lack of land title results into encroachment, disputes, and loss of public land. Madam Speaker, committee recommends the following. 1, the accounting officers should ensure that all undocumented land or untitled land be prioritized for titling in the next financial year. 2, the accounting officers should ensure that all land encroached upon are freed from all encumbrances and fully documented and titled. 3, in case of court cases, the accounting officer should ensure that all court cases against the districts on land matters are followed to their logical conclusion. Implementation of Uganda Road Fund. Final right on Speaker. Right on Speaker, the audit report noted that 96 local government budgeted to receive 51,950,654,755 to cater for district, city, municipal, council, roads activities using road gangs and the first account mechanism. However, 32,552,444,851 was received from Uganda Road Fund. The failure to fully fund the road activities hindered access to service delivery. It was also noted that 88 local governments did not budget for routine mechanized, and periodic maintenance of roads, despite the destructions of a number of roads by rainy seasons. This put the roads at risk of further deteriorate given the meager resources. Committee observation. Right on Speaker, the committee observed that there was a general budget cut under the road fund, hence affecting implementation of the road works. Committee recommendation. Committee recommends that Uganda Road Fund releases adequate resources as planned for to enable the district execute its work plans effectively. Right on Speaker, we move straight to Uganda. Support to municipal infrastructure development in cities and municipal council. The Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development is implementing the Uganda Support to Municipal Infrastructure Development, USMIST program, with the aim of improving urban service delivery in 7 cities and 4 municipal councils. During the year under review, right on Speaker, 11 local governments received 156.3 billion from the central government to implement various activities under USMIST. A review of the approved work plan performance reports and carried out physical inspections to ascertain status of implementation of the project revealed the following. Only 124.8 billion, representing 80%, was observed by 11 municipal councils, leaving 31.4 billion unspent due to delayed procurement of contractors by the Ministry of Land and Urban Development and delays in design review by contractor. Consequently, 8 infrastructure projects worth 12.8 billion in Oima City were not completed. There was slow progress of work in 10 projects sampled in 11 local governments, with delays in work of up to 20 months, with 2 projects not yet started by the time of inspection. In addition, it was noted that out of the total receipts of 156 billion, 321,511,324, only 124 billion 95 million 998,528 was spent, resulting in an unspent balance of 31,425,512,796, representing 20%. The accounting officers attributed this to delays procurement of contractors by Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, as well as delays in design review by the contractor. Committee recommendation. Right on Speaker, the committee recommends that Ministry of Land, Urban and Housing Development to ensure that in future procurement is done and contractual designs are planned early to avoid delays. 2, the accounting officer ensures timely and effective implementation of the project. Finally, preparation of risk register. Right, Honourable Speaker, paragraph 652 clause E of the Treasury Institution 2017 requires the accounting officers to maintain a risk register indicating 1.
Not institution, instructions.
Accounting officers to maintain a risk register indicating 1. Source of the risk, type of risk, mitigating strategy, and the responsible officer for mitigating the strategy. Right on Speaker, committee observation. The committee noted that some of the accounting officers indicated that they were not aware of this requirement, but would consult the Ministry of Finance for guidance. And on the preparation of risk registers case in point in Rampara District Local Government. 2, the committee noted that efforts were made by some accounting officers to prepare a risk register. Committee recommendations finally. Right on Speaker, committee recommends that the accounting officers should ensure that risk registers are in place in line with the requirements of the law within 3 months of adoption of this report, and also ensure it is regularly updated. 2, the Ministry of Finance should ensure that capacities of local governments are enhanced to enable them develop and maintain risk register. Right on Speaker, I beg to present the committee report.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, for the elaborate report. Thank you. Before we debate the report in the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Kiges High School Primary from Kabale Municipality, Kabale District. They are represented by Honorable Kamara Nicholas and Honorable Ndamira Catherine. Please stand. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. You have your members of parliament here. Very good members of parliament. Thank you so much. Honorable members, you've listened to the report of PAC local government. Okay, you have a lot to say. You say it. Honorable members, I'm going to open the debate on this report, but I will ask the clerks to upload all the whole report, because the report is being referred to in some parts, and yet what we have is executive summary. Yeah, yes, procedure. And members, let's use a few minutes so that other members also speak.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the chairperson for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, you raised a very pertinent issue about having all the reports from the local governments. Reading through this, I want to assure you, honorable members, if we don't insist on paying scrutiny to local governments, all our efforts will be wasted. Right, Honorable Speaker, is it possible to find some way we can adjust so that all the local governments can be put to scrutiny? I'm telling you, reading through this, you find a lot of wastage. However much we vote the money to local governments, the honorable minister should know that now the local governments are turning into huge elephants. We need all the local governments to be mirrored in your report, Mr. Chairman. And when we're reading through, we are seeing this, and you have totally touched, you've touched specifically on all the issues we deal with our common persons. But the speaker has raised the red flag that the way we are proceeding, we are now debating the 2021-22 post-mortem report. And apparently we may not have the time to dissect and have all these other local governments scrutinized. What happened along the way?
It is not actually the time, it is the constitutional requirement that it must be handled within 6 months.
6 months.
Then in the other 6 months, we should be able, actually in the other remaining time, we should be able to look at the treasury memoranda of all.
Yeah, because.
And that's what Honorable Jonah was raising.
Because government must respond to our recommendations as parliament.
Yes, before we go into the budgeting process.
Yes. But
remember, we are going for budgeting in the next few months.
Therefore, may I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that special time be devoted for this Honorable House to scrutinize and debate all local governments. Because whatever we pass here goes to the local government. And the impact is not being felt simply because you are seeing the wastage in this report.
Thank you.
Money sent and returned. Right Honorable Speaker, procedure, can we have extra time committed, special days, so that we look at our local governments?
Honorable Sechi, we cannot debate what we don't have. We only debate what is given to us. Like now, we have said tomorrow we shall look at government assurance and PAC because we have them. But if they are not there, we cannot. So if they can be able to bring everything, that is okay. But when you look at what Honorable Tinker is saying, that these local governments are a problem. Sechi. No, they are relatives. When you hear what the Honorable Sechi is saying, when you listen to what the Honorable Chair was reading, it borders to poor budgeting performance among the local governments. Occasion, among others, the lapse of planning, low budget absorption, and slow implementation of the development programs. That is one. 2, poor revenue performance. Most of the local governments suffer from narrow revenue base, which impedes the realization of the project revenues. 3, lapse in the payroll management, characterized by arbitrary salary reductions. You heard him talk about 19 billion shillings. That is coming from the salary, the payment management. Then the administration challenges facing newly created cities. You find there's lack of guidelines in the new cities. They cannot be operationalized because there's no money. You've not given money to those cities. There are no guidelines that are given to those cities. I will wait for Honorable Magesi coming here again, that he wants to create new cities. He wants to create new constituencies. That is, first operationalize what is existing before you start creating more. All of us want to have very small constituencies, but because we are mindful of the costs, first operationalize. And we want to tell you as a house, we will not support you. We will not support you on that. Then there's challenges in implementation of PDM, notably failure to remit funds directly to the PDM circles. high cost of administration. Whereas you say we are going to send 17 billion, you send 5. Those are all things that are happening. Then the challenges in implementation of the Uganda Road Fund, characterized by low budgetary allocation, limited amount. We are lucky that we got the 1 billion shillings that you see, and enhancing what is being given. So we want to ask the minister, really there is a lot to be discussed in local governments. Yes, Aki.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. There's a lot to say if I was to talk about local government, because I was once one of them as a staff. I could spend the whole day on local government. For starters, we have 135 local governments, 10 cities, 31 municipalities, 1 KCCA, totaling 176 local units. It's a lot. I wish to thank the committee for the good work, but there's still a lot to be done. If you are talking of only 36, the balance is still there with you. So I thank you. And a number of these issues really cut across local governments. And I'll just talk about a few, and I leave my fellow colleagues to also comment, because I have a lot. My head is just, yeah. One is PDM. Members, colleagues, PDM is a good project. And we are happy to, we're lucky to have a good minister, Honorable Magezi. He's a very articulate and very sincere. I know it has challenges. I've been in the field trying to obtain the amount that has been received per parish, because actually, colleagues, if we don't take local governments seriously, then we have no work, because that's where everything that takes place, that's where we operate from. So I've taken my energy to find out how many parishes have received money. But every time I talk to the production officer, come tomorrow, come the other day, because every time I want to go to the community, I want to read out to the households that have received money. But I'm still on them. I was like to get on it for the municipalities. Because colleagues, get this data. Without this data, you will not know. Every time I go to the community, ask how many have received the money. We have not received any money. So I told them I'm going to get this data. And this which data I'm still lacking, but I've got for the municipalities. So PDM, let us go to the field, collect all the data. When you are in the village or the parish, you read out those households who have received the money. Number 2 is on the micro-scale irrigation scheme. As you are aware, we have the climate change issue. The report didn't come out clearly to tell us how much money was received under that project, how much was spent, and how much was remitted back. I didn't get the figure. 3, is just like trying to get water out of a stone. Getting a land title. Myself, I've been involved to title my land in Masindi. But land offices, I don't know what those guys, every step we have to give money. Every step we want to give. Now, if you expect local governments to get their land titles where there's no money, those guys will just sit on the papers. So the local governments have no land titles. The pieces are, there are so many pieces of local governments, they have no land titles. The land officers are just sleeping on their jobs. I don't know what we are going to do, Honorable Magezi, with this land, Nabakova. Help us, because we cannot allow.
She's Honorable Nabakova.
Nabakova.
from July last year to July this year, tried to put his name back to the payroll, but they blocked him out. So I request that the minister should put his eye onto the district. Now, recently, the very DEO, they will cut me off.
You first give the former chair information and he gives you better information.
Okay. It's you who has accepted.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what the honorable colleague is raising in as far as acting positions are concerned is a matter that needs to be attended to adequately. I want to provide an example, Right Honorable Speaker. In all the districts in Uganda, currently there are only 26 district engineers who are substantively recruited or appointed. The rest of the district engineers are in acting positions. Why? Because you are supposed to be registered, a registered engineer, for you to be recruited as an engineer. So in most of these districts and urban authorities, the engineers are acting, and as a result, some of these entities are failing to attract certain projects that require registered engineers. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, many local government entities are struggling to have positions filled, partly because of the confusion in their districts in as far as their planning and the work of the service commissions are concerned. It's important, Right Honorable Speaker, that government needs to pay special attention to the work of the district service commission, because everywhere throughout the country, how the district service commissions are working is something that the citizens are extremely frustrated with. And if we don't solve that problem, we are killing the spirit of service delivery. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable Santa.
Yes,
that matter you're raising of money being cut out of that what? And it was cut off and part of it was stolen. Wouldn't it be right for you to put it down in writing to the minister, give me a copy, and we follow up, because that's criminality. Please do that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's one point which I wanted to let
but I'm also asking you to write that.
Yes,
after.
I will do that.
Okay.
There's another point which I wanted the minister to take it over, because I know even the president's eye is on UPE because he takes it as his brainchild. Now, this acting DEO goes on to tell all the head teachers in their district to take 450,000 from UPE account for the tour of the head teachers. Until I put pressure on them, I said, where did you get the guideline of taking 450,000 for the head teachers account? Money was moved to the head teachers association account without any information. So I told the cow, I said, you are going to fall into a big problem if you move this money and go out for the tour using the money. So there are so many things happening, because if cow can return all the money into the consolidated fund, and yet they cannot recruit substantive heads of departments, it will be a big problem to all of us. So that money should be followed. Otherwise, UPE fund has been diverted in Pade. Thank you.
Thank you, Okot. Okot Obama.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to add my voice on this recruitment process. Madam Speaker.
I hope the ones speaking are not members of the committee.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, acting position has become a ploy of milking money from the districts. Most times, we are told positions are advertised and that some districts are not attracting applicants. Madam Speaker, there are certain positions which requires a commissioner from the Public Service Commission to go and do the shortlisting. What happens? Commissioners go, but because the staff in the district wants to maintain these positions not to attract, they connive and ensure that the commissioners are kept somewhere and they are not brought to the district to do the shortlisting. So that at the end of the day, the positions are not recruited and the acting position remain. So as members are calling upon the ministry to open their eyes to make sure that these issues of district service commission are completely clean up for us to maintain that positions are recruited. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the U-Gift, in Omoro district, we have 4 health centers upgraded from health center 2s to health center 3s. But if you go, you find that the designs are never followed. Certain things which are meant to be put in place are not put, and the districts which are meant.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I will need to comment one thing about the parish development model, and this mainly concerns the gadgets for the CDOs and the parish chiefs. We realize these people are supposed to work and issue out money to our beneficiaries, but the issue of processing data is becoming a problem to them because we don't know where they are supposed to get the gadgets like computers. These people are lacking. They don't have the data even to process the data and process the information for the beneficiaries to access the funds. So we wanted to request the ministries concerned to do the due diligence and provide the gadgets, the required gadgets and data for processing information for parish development model. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I really want to appreciate the work that has been done by the Committee of Public Service. Honorable Rania, thank you so much. However, I have 2 issues to make, Madam Speaker. One, Madam Speaker, there is a challenge in these local governments of a single treasury system in terms of making payments. Honorable Speaker, we moved around and we visited these local governments together with the cities. When funds are released from the central government back to the districts and cities, in the first place, there is a delay in making these releases. When they reach cities and districts, again, divisions, city divisions and town councils face the same. So, Madam Speaker, something needs to be done. 2, Madam Speaker, there is a problem whereby in case these local entities, divisions and town councils happen to collect more than budgeted for, getting these funds, the divisions and town councils need to pass a supplementary before they can access the monies that they could have raised above their budgets. And you know very well, processing a supplementary, Madam Speaker, is a process. My suggestion, therefore, Honorable Speaker,
I think the finance person wants to say something. Finance, you want to say something?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving the people of Pakwach opportunity to comment on this.
I thought you were giving information.
Yes, but the people of Pakwach came first, then the vice chair came in. Right Honorable Speaker, you sent to the Committee of Finance for us to look at the issue of unspent balances. And Right Honorable Speaker, I was wondering whether I see a lot of the discussion going to that area, swept back and spent, delayed releases. And I think about tomorrow or Thursday, we should be on the order paper. A lot of what is coming out is in that report and well analyzed with good observations and recommendations from the different stakeholders we held. So I was just requesting that maybe as we discuss this, some of this would come out more clearly from the
our report that we are about to
Thank
present to the House.
The issue of unspent balances should come tomorrow. Tomorrow, okay, I'll put it on the order paper.
Honorable Speaker, I was making my suggestion.
Yes.
That there is really need to harmonize the two laws. The one on the Public Finance Management Act and the one of Local Government Act. No, these laws are in conflict. When you read the Local Government Act, it empowers these entities to plan, budget, collect revenue, and spend revenue on the activities or other service delivery in their entities. But now, the PFM way dictates that all revenues are to be sent to the center under single treasury account, which compromises on the timely delivery of services. And I bring this before the good thing our able Minister of Local Government is here, and also the Minister of Finance. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Cow.
Right Honorable Speaker, may I commend my colleagues for a very good report and thank Honorable Minister. Colleagues, we all come from local government. What happens in local governments affects all of us. I was privileged to work in local governments until I joined the House. What is happening, the report is showing you the epitome, the characteristics and the effects of local government. You are aware we all impressed under our constitution to manage the policy called decentralization. We created local governments, lower governments of government. You should be informed that there have been challenges time since then. Our colleagues who are in local governments are supposed to have local councils just like parliament. They are local leaders who are elected like we were elected. But when they were elected, they were not inducted. We are like, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. You inducted us. Local councils, the leaders are not inducted to know what they are supposed to do. They are supposed to monitor and supervise what happens in local government. Unfortunately, that's not true. Recently, we made the Minister of Local Government even confirmed that to date he has not done any induction. The same is true with the chief administrative officers. What am I trying to say? It is high time for us to revisit the review of decentralization. What you are saying is that some challenging relationship between local government and central government. What's happening in local government, there is a disconnect between the center and local government. When they send the money in June, at the end of June, they want the money back to Kampala. The chairmen right now are moving on borders. They don't have transport to reach the projects which you are doing. Some of them are literally just settled. They don't even get the little money that we are supposed to give them. They don't get the money. The report is so good, but what is it calling? We need capacity.
Honorable Minister, you've had capacity building. That is the former cow talking. Let me hear from a former councillor, youth councillor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, recently we interfaced with the local leaders in our sectoral committee. They confessed to us that they write requests for recruitment. For example, they can write in July, but Public Service and the Minister of Finance responded to their requests during the closure of the financial year. And there is one district which confessed that they received the money on the 12th of June, when the financial year is closing on 30th of June. So, Right Honorable Speaker, remember, an advert is meant to take 1 month before they recruit. So strategically, it means that Minister of Finance and Public Service, they connive to just send money for a short while and take it back.
Don't remove yourselves from it, because at times they bring a supplementary to us towards the end. We approve a supplementary here when it is few weeks to end of the financial year.
Yes, so Right Honorable Speaker, a lot is required for us to help local governments do their work. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, in my district, just like my colleagues have said, the issue of people in Kaliro district, of course, the mega, one of the
strategic districts in Busoga. Right, Honorable Speaker, this district here, we've had a district engineer acting for over 10 years. A sensitive position of a principal auditor acting for over.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. And I want to say the committee has brought out what is entailed in local government, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to know from the government, when projects is given to districts, and once the project period has ended without some achievement of other projects, where does this money go? Because under this, Right Honorable Speaker, Ajuman district has lost a very big project under projects for restoration of livelihood under the Ministry of Local Government, which the minister is aware of. And market was not constructed. And the project period has ended. And we don't know where this money is now. We need to know from the government where this money goes. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of recruitment is very real in local government. Right Honorable Speaker, you give us duties to go to other districts to check what is happening. We went to one of the districts and we got a very sad news, Right Honorable Speaker. One of the acting person who is acting the position of district production and management officer is a person at the caliber of U5, animal husbandry officer. And in this district, goats were given, 90% of the goats died. And the person acting in this position is at the level of U5, who is the animal husbandry management officer. I've been in the district, Right Honorable Speaker, and I was the district secretary for production in my district. And this is where the problems are coming from. There are lack of technicalities. If a person in this position is at this.
Yeri.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the well job done. The Right Honorable Speaker, mine is on narrow income. When we talk about the income from local government, I think the minister should really tell us that it is only the market, but tax packs, almost there's no revenue from the tax packs, especially for us in urban. That was a very big, huge income. And I don't know why they.
It should not actually be income, it should be revenue.
Yeah.
The limited revenue which is collected.
Yeah. So maybe you review your policy so that the local revenue, they can earning that tax money as a local revenue. We are talking about titling, and we are saying the local government doesn't have money. Minister of Local Government and Minister of Land, these are all ministries. Why don't you have a policy that all government land, schools, health centers, sub-counties, automatically they can pay money later because the money is all for government. Why do you wait the money here and so on? Let them give preference to government. Yeah.
Honorable Minister, what you're saying, it is an inter-ministerial aspect. If the local governments don't have money, then lands should be able to make transfers for the good of what? For the good of government land.
Yeah.
Yes. You have been switched off. Achibu. I am looking at people who have not spoken much. Achibu, then you, the two of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to add my voice to my other colleagues to thank the presenter of this report. Madam Speaker, I need your protection.
You speak. Nobody is stopping you from
Thank you.
speaking.
The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring out a concern in relationship to the hybrid contracts that go to our districts, especially relating to the secondary schools and also the health units. I want to say this because we find one contractor being given very many contracts. And in the end, when you are finding out why these other projects in your districts are delaying, you find that very contractor is also handling a different contract in another district. It is my prayer that as recommended by the committee, we need to restrict the number of contracts given to one contractor. Then secondly, as much as these contracts are being given to these contractors, they must not sideline the district authorities. They must be aware. You find some of the contractors, they reach the sites when the district leaders even are not aware. Then where the contract is taking place, it is the locals who ring the district leaders that such and such a person has come to this place. Are you aware of this? So we need to harmonize such that these contractors, before reaching the contract place, they must.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Lokoru Albert, MP for Tepet County in Karamoja sub-region. I want to thank the committee for the robust report. The report has brought clearly a lot of challenges being faced down there. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, if we are to realize socio-economic transformation in this country, we need to pay a lot of attention to the local governments, municipalities, and cities. We have seen from the report that a lot of implementation of the activities geared into transformation is being done at these entities. We need to do a lot in these particular entities. Two, we need to strengthen coordination. From the report, there is a lot of disconnect between the ministries and the local governments. And even imagine in returning the money, what happens with the money which is returned to central government? Is it reported back? If it is reported, how is it utilized? The other one, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue of busy ghost staff in the Ministry of Education. 631 ghost staff. Where is the source? What are the ministries doing to address this? This device is a big problem. We are spending money to ghost staff. It's a big, big problem.
It should not actually be the ministry. It should be the cow down there, the accounting officer. That is his day-to-day work, making sure that there is compliance, making sure that he has staff who are eligible, not having ghost staff. Because the person in the ministry may take long to know. But now it is on ground that you must have people who are recruited in a legal way. But now for you recruiting and you have ghost staff, how will a minister know? Minister, yes.
Madam Speaker, I listened to the report and I have a copy. The point on this was 631 secondary teachers were recruited without legal documents. This is not about a cow. This is not about the district. They are recruited by the Education Service
Commission.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
But also, Honorable Minister, there is also an aspect of ghost staff. I think that's what Honorable Lokuru was meaning. Ghost staff. And ghost staff are recruited by the Service Commission, the District Service Commission. Much as we have those from Education Service Commission, but the District Service Commission also recruits. Yes? Let him finish.
As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker,
Don't make somebody get lost.
I want to conclude in the area of uniform implementation of guidelines and regulations or resolutions. Our dear minister, the most active minister, told us that he has just sent the guidelines and resolutions for districts to adapt in the implementation of the 1 billion road rehabilitation fund. But one member was presenting earlier today that already in their district, they have spent the money. I was wondering which regulations or guidelines were they using vis-a-vis what the minister was sending. So there should be uniform implementation of these guidelines. And then finally is about law absorption. So absorption of money by local government. What is the problem? Is it the lack of technical people to plan for this money?
Law absorption, and the chairperson talked about it. You find if you send money on 12th of June and the end of financial year is on 31st, how do you expect the local government to spend that money within that time and finish? As you members of parliament don't approve supplementaries towards the end of the financial year. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to start by thanking the committee for the good report, and I want to submit on 2 issues. One, EDM. Right Honorable Speaker, in the report, we were told that some funds meant for the purchase of gadgets, such as computers, were repurposed. And this was a directive from the central government. But Right Honorable Speaker, while the parish chiefs don't have the computers, they also don't have data. And as a result, they are now asking the beneficiaries to facilitate them in terms of providing data for them to process funds for the beneficiaries. In some districts, for example, in my constituency, beneficiaries pay between 30 to 50,000, and that money is for data. So it is something which the ministry should take interest in, so that these parish chiefs are well facilitated and that the beneficiaries are not told to pay funds for facilitating the process of data and accessing their funds. The second issue, Honorable Chair, is about the issue of gift. We've been told that in most local governments, and indeed even including my constituency, the projects for gift have stalled. Most of them are not completed. And the problem is in the lotting system. You find that when they are
Ochan, Alobo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for a very elaborate report that I've just presented. However, I want to state that a huge percentage of the unspent balances from the local governments belongs to the line of wages, where in the report about 49% is on wage, 31% is on development relating to UGIFT, and 20% is related to USMID. And all this, Madam Speaker, has been blamed on system-related challenges, the IPPS, the IFMID system. So I think, Madam Speaker,
I know why I gave him, because I know he's an accountant.
No,
I wanted
he's a member of the committee chair. Right,
I know
Honorable
why I
Speaker.
gave him. I'm using my discretion.
thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the Ministry of Local Government, together with the Public Service, have to come together and do something on the system-related matters. Because if you look at the system, the report, a lot of the accounting officers are blaming system.
But how can, Honorable Minister, how can you return money meant for wages?
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish my chairman of the Public Service Local Government Committee presented the report on what went through with him. These local governments are saying around the month of April, May, June, they could not recruit because they were not being cleared, because there was, I think, validation of staff. And so the money stayed. And then the other challenge was, indeed, a good number of them are saying they got money late in mid of June. So you could not contract, you could not procure. Now, when I see in the reports, the members are saying the PSST should hold those accounting officers responsible. We need to go in to see what was the challenge. Some challenges are beyond these accounting officers. Yes, Chair.
There is some information from Gusuli.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The information I have is that by the 10th of each quarter, the Ministry of Finance gives expenditure limits to all accounting officers, including local governments. It's within those expenditure limits that they are expected to do procurements, to invoice for whatever they want to spend on. And this expenditure details or the invoice must be uploaded on the IFMIS and gets approved by Ministry of Finance. And that is what we call warranting. So when this invoice is approved, then those people would be able to spend the money. It's not always true to say that finance has released the money late. These days, finance does not send money to districts or any entities. All the money sits on the from the consolidated account. There's an account from which it is supposed to be spent. So if a local government does not send invoice to the ministry, in that case, there's nothing to approve. A lot of them wait to send this thing at the end of the financial year, and technically the system would be clogged. There will be failure to execute some of the operations, and as a result, activities don't get done. I think it's important, maybe, Madam Speaker, we need to have a briefing for MPs. I know our rules allow for technical people to be called to come and brief Parliament on how some of I used to think there was something wrong. But when we get an interface,
there's nothing technical that we need from here. We know very well that when the quarter is beginning, warrants are given, and then the invoicing is done. What matters now is when, there is the money that is released at the beginning of the quarter. And then there is an aspect, there is that vice of supplementaries that come. That one is different. The one that we appropriated for is different. But then the one that goes at the end of the financial year is what the committee is talking about. Not so, Chair. Alobo?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I conclude.
No, I got what I wanted. Alobo?
Madam Chair, if I could just conclude. We have again information that the consolidated fund actually goes to negative when these seemingly returns are made to the consolidated fund.
The report is going to be presented on issues of that account, single treasury account.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would love to thank the committee for this wonderful report, but I would also love to raise a point to the minister that could we get an update about the actions taken by the Ministry of Finance on the motion that was once raised on this floor about the local revenue in our local governments. Because local governments are suffering up to date, their revenue is actually, the local revenue is stuck and I don't know, stranded at the Ministry of Finance. Then also about the poor revenue performance, could the minister also give us guidance on many of the tenderers that have failed?
From Basil?
Madam Speaker, it's you as accepted.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for giving way for information. Some time back, I raised it here about the money that is collected from town councils. Newly created town councils comes to finance, and when we were passing the supplementary, it is part of the money that was withheld for 9 months. So how do you expect a local government to perform when money for all 9 months is withheld?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's also an unshown revenue performance, poor revenue collection. We have had tenderers, especially I will give an example in Soroti City, who have defaulted almost 3/4 of the entire financial year. But again, when it comes to awarding them the new contracts, they are awarded. And yet in the Local Government Act, it says once you have defaulted the previous financial year, you ought not to get another contract over tendering issues. Then also, I think the HROs of our local governments need to be supervised closely. How do you explain a scenario where there are new recruits in a local government and the human resource officer is sending the new recruits to a certain individual in a cafe, internet cafe, to do the e-registrations in order to get the supplier number? What is the work of our HR if at all such details are supposed to be done in a cafe at a cost of 120,000? Could the minister also help guide on that? Otherwise, we might end up having ghost workers in our local government in almost every recruit that we have in every financial year. Thank you so much.
Ogwari. Ogwari.
Thank you very much.
Josephat.
Right, Honorable Speaker, colleagues have talked a lot.
Honorable members, there are members who speak on this floor every day. Now I'm looking at people who don't. Yes. No, they always come, but Ogwari, Josephat,
Right, Honorable Speaker, a lot has been mentioned.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that our minister has really taken note of it. But I would just wanted to mention something about the PDM. The PDM, just like the other colleagues have mentioned it, to be honest and realistic, it's a very good program to help our people, to get our people out of poverty, and to help us leaders also not to be disturbed wherever we go back to the villages because people are poor. But the issue that I am seeing is that a ministry or local government should come, or the government should come with a program of sensitizing people. In most cases, for example, I went to my constituents and you find a person say, I got 700,000. At the end of the day, he goes to eat the money, buys the food, and he says, maybe this is the money Muse has given us for 2026. That kind of assumption. That's why I'm saying the government should come up and sensitize people correctly, whereas we go ahead and tell them how the program is. But the government should also come. You see, when they can hear from us, correct. But when the government comes and says, this is what is supposed to be, either a radio or a TV, they will actually take it and say, this is true. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister wants to respond on that.
Yeah, I thought because it's coming up again and again, the policy is each beneficiary is supposed to get 1 million shillings. Nothing less, nothing more. Now, we are having a challenge among our people, you know. Somebody says, okay, sign for 1 million. Then he submits, the SACCO submits in the bank, 700,000, something like that. There is, certainly we have to agree there is a bit of insincerity among our people. But we need to sensitize the people. If it is not 1 million, it is not what you're supposed to get. Secondly, we've been very clear. There is no beneficiary who is supposed to be charged any penny in order to access the PDM money. Yes,
Clarification.
Yes, because we are facilitating the parish development committees. Government is also supporting the parish chiefs. We have even given them an extra 100,000 per month. So yes, colleagues, there is some bit of problem down there, but for me, I want to be clear that—
how are you going to address that problem down there?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think it is increased sensitization, as the members said. Let the people know their rights. For example, let
No,
the
I
member of
think,
parliament—
Honorable Minister, you need to do a lot, create awareness of how that money should be used, how much each person is entitled to get, and in the circumstance that it gets less, what happens, and in the circumstance that it does not pay, because some of them are taking it as a
Speaker, can I make a commitment to the members? Since we are going on recess, I'll make sure that the members go with the pack informing how much money has been received by your respective parishes, informing you of the procedures and any changes that may have been made along the way, so that you go when you are fully equipped.
Yes, Josephat.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. But possibly before I proceed, I'd like to ask the answer this time to correctly get my name. I am Tumwesi J. Josephat. Buganga is South.
But that's what I said, Josephat.
Yes, but I meant the answer. People. Yes, thank you.
But you're addressing the speaker, not the answer.
I first addressed you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thanked you, but I said before I proceed, I hope this time the answered people will get my name correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, once again. My concern that I wish the Minister of Local Government to address is about when new units are created, the sub-counties and town councils, they do not get funds to do some of their projects, like roads. Yet some of these units are cut from the mother units, meaning the mother units continue getting much money in comparison to the size that remains in the mother unit at the detriment of this other unit that has been cut off. They normally do not access funds very quickly. Like up to now, in my constituency, most of the units that were created like 3-4 years ago have never accessed road fund money. I am asking the minister to take it up very seriously. Now, Right Honorable Speaker and members, you'll agree with me that when these local governments face challenges of road maintenance, they now look at us, members of parliament. We end up giving a hand, yet it is not our duty. We are just doing, in quotes, Burungi Wansi. Therefore, I ask the minister—
What does that mean?
Burungi Wansi? That is community work, community service. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Go ahead.
Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to first thank the committee for the good report. Mine is on payment of uneligible persons with forgery documents. When you look in the report, they spent 19 billion. That's a lot of money in 129 local government units. This is a cartel, which I think starts from the ministry headquarters down. And I think that is why even police, I think it is compromised somehow, the CID. So I like this parliament to be serious and look into this matter. The second one is gift project. This is hybrid procurement. This one in my constituency, it has become a problem. There is a school called Borogota Seed School, which started 4 years, I think 3 years ago. Up to now, it has not been finished. Why the parents decided, they have decided to open the school and students are there attending classes without the contractor finishing and handing over. I think this parliament should look into these issues very seriously. The last one, is on concealment and ring fencing positions. It is true, some areas we don't have the qualified personnel, but in most cases, people keep them for their own sons, for their own relatives. And I think this should be worked on seriously so that, and it even affects when they're assessing these districts, when they are ranking them, it actually affects them so much. I'm happy that in my district, Sinjiro, we are the first and all our positions on top are filled, which I.
Foreign Affairs. There's a procedure matter.
Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising, because I've been asking the minister to respond to some issues. A while ago, he gave a very pertinent statement about Education Service Commission, that they recruited teachers using an illegal instrument. And for us, as a member of the Committee of Education, I'm aware that Education Service Commission only recruits on the guidance of Minister of Education. So the procedure matter I want is whether the Minister of Local Government can fully clarify this matter. And as we get back here, we must find out from Minister of Education whether the recruitment of teachers was done using an illegal instrument. That one cannot remain the record of Parliament unchallenged, Madam Speaker, because it touches
Honorable
the integrity of the
Minister,
ministry.
you'll respond after, when you're responding all of them.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Allow me, add my voice, the rest of my colleagues, to appreciate the committee, PAC, local government, on its report on Auditor General's report. Madam Speaker and members, a lot happens in most of our local governments, which leaves a lot to be desired. And I would like to interest the minister and the ministry officials to take an interest in this. And our local governments, most of them really desire serious scrutiny, given what is happening there. I also want to respond to the issue of payment of eligible persons. The observation of the committee and the recommendation, where they say that there's access to payroll with forged documents, was the contravention of section B2A, section 1 and 2 of Uganda Public Service Standing Orders 2021, which requires public officers to have been properly appointed and rightfully receive salary for the service rendered to government. Madam Speaker, it's a very big challenge in most of our local governments that we are having many of the staff in local governments being on payrolls when they're not eligible to be there, and they're even getting salary which is not due to them. I think there is a problem. We've got Office of the Auditor, every local government, and now the Office of the Auditor General. I just want to understand the function of the Auditor General in all these local governments. What do they do? Then secondly, the rate at which this is being done, the absenteeism of officers or staff of local governments, being paid salary every day.
Honorable members, when you look at the questions that are being asked by Honorable Nora, the question would be, do we have existing accounting officers there? That accounting officer is the one supposed to implement the existing laws, the policies and the regulations, ensure that everybody works. Just like the way you say I whip you. All the time I want you to be in Parliament. When you're not there, I will always ask, where are you? What do these accounting officers do on ground? Is the question. Maybe we could first hear from the minister also. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are going through as a a painful process because of getting a city service commission that has not been fully oriented, and they have made so many mistakes that are now costing the city council a lot of money through court cases because of terminating staff without following the laws, recruiting without following the laws. And when you look around, you find that at the end of the day, the whole service delivery of Fort Portal is going to be curtailed completely because there are huge court costs. I don't know whether this is cutting across in other areas, but the influence peddling between the politicians and the technical is too much, and there is war between these two forces. Now, all this paralyzes service delivery and the effectiveness of these entities. It is really a crisis, Madam Speaker, that we need to reflect on.
Thank you, Sarah. Minister. Sarah and the Minister.
Speaker, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to give Honorable Agnes information, but I didn't get a chance.
Okay, Honorable Minister.
But now I can give it. No, Honorable Speaker, allow me to submit, please. Honorable Speaker, the issue of contractors being managed in Kampala should be handled. Some contracts are managed in Kampala. The procurement is done in Kampala. The contract is done in Kampala. And the money for that project is deposited on the district's account. Some of those contractors are overloaded. We have a contractor who is managing a seed school in Luero. The same contractor is in Nakasongola. So my seed school in Chikamla has failed 3 times. 3 times the money has been brought back to Kampala. Even last financial year, the money was brought back to Kampala because the contractor has failed to do his work. Honorable Speaker, I request the Minister to intervene on the issues of contractors because we are being frustrated by such contractors. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I know of a contractor who has 14 projects. And the money, I think, is World Bank money, and they want to return the money because this contractor has failed to finish. Give us.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thanks, honorable members, for the various comments you've made. Allow me to thank the committee. Their report is robust. It should need a robust answer. Very good report. And I want to accept that really their observations, their recommendations are spot on. We agree with them as a sector in local government, but also there are some recommendations which touch various ministries and departments and agencies of government. So for today, Right Honorable Speaker, of course, I hope the members are aware, I'm the privileged acting government chief whip up to the end of the week. The Honorable Bua is outside the country on duty. So I'll take responsibility to make sure that I bring to notice the various MDs on the various recommendations here in the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of contractors who are several, it's unfortunate because as local government, we've continued to request our colleagues in the other sectors. We are talking to them. Let the district contract. Instead of getting 5, 10 districts somewhere, and then you issue one contractor to go and build schools everywhere. The role of local government, of central government, is to monitor, is to supervise, is to assist, is to give technical assistance. So there is a little bit of challenge with UGIFT and USMID. But as I said, we are talking and we'll continue talking to our colleagues. The other 2 critical issues is the one of local revenue. Friends, the report is clear that out of the money which was collected in the various only 59% was actually availed to the local governments. And that is very dangerous. The member who asked about the taxi parks and the bus parks. Again, we see that challenge. For the last 3 years, about 8 billion has been collected from these parks, and the money is still not yet remitted to the local governments. That's very dangerous. It constrains service delivery. So we will have to discuss this among ourselves with finance
to see how to sort out this matter. For me, I'm clear that you should let the local governments retain their revenue and they use it, they account for it, and we follow it as central government.
Honorable Minister, on the issue of tax pack and
I
tax
did not
packs.
give you, I did not.
I wish Honorable.
I have not given you the microphone. Can you finish, Honorable Minister?
The last one was the Education Service Commission issue. Honorable Member, you know, we have the reports on Roman 12. Let me read it the way they have written. The committee observed that
But
between
Honorable
November,
Minister, your proposal on the revenue retention in the district needs an amendment
of the Public Service Finance
Public
Management
Finance
Act.
Management
Yes.
Act. So you need to bring that amendment before you mislead this house that we can retain.
As Chief Whip, I'll make sure that I whip finance to do the needful within this week. This is my shadow minister, so it's okay.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for giving way. My information is about the matter Right Honorable Speaker has just mentioned. When you critically look at the laws, it's very clear and provisions are made for locally raised revenue and for local governments to be independent. Much as it was provided that all locally raised revenue should be put, all revenues should be under the consolidated fund, but a provision down under the same law in Public Finance Management Act exempts locally raised revenue of local governments. So only finance is finding a reason of not remitting that real revenue to the local governments and trying to hijack, I should use that word. Attorney General made it.
They are not hijacking.
Right Honorable Speaker, the final issue, the one of Education Service Commission, I was pointing out, the report itself is clear. The committee observed that between November 21 and June 22, the Education Service Commission undertook a countrywide validation exercise and established that 631 teachers had forged documents, appointment letters, and posting instructions, and the matter was referred to the Director CID. Now, where are these recruited from? The page before says the accounting office has explained this matter. The issue of ineligible secondary school and tertiary institutions employees was beyond the local government accounting officers, since it is the appointment and posting is done by Ministry of Education and Sports. So we cannot go away from this. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to end on this note. It's a comprehensive report. It's quite big. Allow me to say.
I think we need to get this aspect and forward it to the to the Education Service Commission under the Ministry of Education, because this must be corrected.
Speaker, the report says the matter is already in police.
Yes.
I think let us put the records clear. What you are reading is very correct. That some teachers were recruited by forged documents. That is okay. But what you said was that they used that.
Not by forged documents.
They had forged documents. But what I wanted to put clear by his statement on the answer is that the Education Service Commission recruited teachers using an illegal instrument. And what is given by local government is okay. And that has been happening in many districts. So I think
it is not the instrument that is illegal. It is about the documents that are not proper. That is what the committee is saying.
Madam Speaker, I think we are we are making a mistake on that too. When the Education Service Commission is going to recruit teachers, they get an instrument even by the support of Ministry of Finance. Whether they recruit teachers who have forged documents, they are under their legal system of recruiting. But what he had said earlier was they used an illegal instrument to recruit. And that's what we want to clear from the answer, because it's not
Honorable Seungu, the chairman said they used documents, academic documents, not the instrument. It is the academic papers. forgeries.
I'm in agreement with you, Madam Speaker, but I'm against what the minister said before. And it's on the record.
That can be corrected.
Yes.
Mr. Correcting
Most
is
obliged,
about
Madam
academic papers, not the instrument.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've been very clear in my words. I've not anywhere said Education Service Commission used the wrong instrument. No, not at all. But it's possible that that's what he had, you know, from somewhere. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
I want to commit that as government, we're going to study the report and take actions, and we shall submit a treasury memorandum to
Yes,
Parliament.
you're supposed to submit a treasury memorandum.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
And,
honorable member.
Honorable members, as I said before, the speaker is speaking. I now put the question that the report of the Committee of Public Accounts, Local Government, on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2021-2022 on 36 district local governments, 3 cities, 2 districts, 2 divisions, and 7 municipal councils be adopted by this honorable house. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. As I said before, I want you to plan your time from 8th to 28th. Go and do monitoring of government programs. I don't want you to sit here and start lamenting on PDM. One of your core roles is oversight. Now that some people have failed to be in the house, let me hope they will be in the constituency. I want to thank you for today. We adjourn the house to tomorrow, 2 p.m.